Добрый день, коллеги. Слышно нас?
Good morning, dear colleagues. I hope that you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you.
Организатор запретил участникам включать у себя звук.
Все в порядке, мы вас слышим. Добрый день.
It's all right. We can hear you. Good morning.
Добрый день.
Good morning.
Коллеги, слышно?
I hope, colleagues, that you can hear me. Yes, we can.
К сожалению. Сейчас как начнется, обязательно что-нибудь, да не слава Богу.
Ирина Михайловна, вас слышно хорошо. Добрый день.
Madam Donik, we can hear you quite well. You can continue.
Сергей Владимирович.
Что у них молчит все? Нас молчит. Они нас не слышат.
Ирина Михайловна, добрый день, мы вас слышим.
Коллеги, слышно нас?
Да.
Dear colleagues, can you hear us? Yes, we do.
Я вас не слышу. Вот он рукой поднимает. Я
I
не
can't hear you, though.
слышите?
Ирина Михайловна, слышим мы вас прекрасно. Начинайте.
Yes, we can perfectly hear you. You can now continue.
Доброе утро. Слышно нас? Да. Ничего не слышно.
Да, вас слышно.
Слышно вас, слышно. Пожалуйста, начинайте. Все нормально.
Yes, it's all right. You can begin.
Вы нас тоже отключили?
Я не слышу.
Даже слышно, что ты мне отвечаешь. Значит, мы вас не слышим, вернее, вы нас не слышите. Микрофоны отключены. Но мы вас слышим очень хорошо, поэтому вы просто начинаете дальше уже техники сделают.
Все понятно, спасибо.
Виссарион Чухович, я вас не слышу.
Вот сейчас слышно, Ирина Михайловна?
Звук оригинала выключен, написано.
Ну, наши включайте туда, чтобы можно было включить. Включен.
Коллеги,
Ирина Михайловна, вы слышите нас? Вот самое главное.
Просто нужно начать, они пока не могут говорить, видимо, у них отключено.
Я же вижу, да, нормально все. Ирина Михайловна, мы вас слышим, видим хорошо.
Говорите секунду.
Ирина Михайловна, слышно вас очень хорошо и видно вас. Вы нас слышите или нет?
Дай, пожалуйста, такие.
Пожалуйста.
Our Russian colleagues are currently testing the sound.
коллеги, слышно или нет?
Слышно,
Вот,
великолепно.
наконец-то, а то я вас только
Well,
вижу.
finally, I can hear you because I was only able to see you.
Начинаем с вами, да?
So I think we can begin.
Да.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues.
Начать наш четвертый
With your kind permission, I would like to open our fourth International Symposium, One Health.
Москвы.
I am welcoming you now from Moscow, from Russian Academy of Science. It's a pleasure for me to see here my colleagues, my co-organizers from Don State Technical University, and specifically its rector Magrat Chichovic Meschi, and my other colleagues. Welcome and thank you for being here today. Currently, our today's agenda is very interesting, very comprehensive. It has to do with infectious diseases of both human medicine and veterinary medicine. We will also spend some time on discussing the new COVID-19. We would also like to discuss the variability of our own pathogenesis, about resistance to antibiotics, and if possible, we'd like to cover the issues of food quality that's becoming worse and worse with time, and probably there is something we could do about it. We will have several sessions working today, and I'm very glad that we will have a young scientist session, which will include presentations by some outstanding young specialists. Now I'd like to give the floor for first welcoming address. I will now put on the video address from our President of Russian Academy of Science, Mr. Alexander Sergeyev. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, esteemed participants, I would like to welcome you all at the International Symposium on One Health, jointly organized by the Russian Academy of Sciences and the Don State Technical University. The year 2021 has been proclaimed by the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, to be the year of science and technology. Recent events in the area of vaccine development and pandemic response have clearly demonstrated the ability of scientists to come together to urgently solve global challenges. This pandemic has also shown us that the One Health concept has become more relevant than ever. Over the past several decades, we have noticed a significant increase in the emergence and spread of zoonoses and epizootics. Both human and animal health are threatened by antimicrobial resistance, environmental pollution, and emergence of new pathogens. The study of the interface of human and animal interaction requires a multidisciplinary approach. It is important to unite experts from the areas of public health, animal health, plant health, and environmental studies, and find decisions from both scientific and political perspective. Our event today will bring together prominent scientists and decision makers, leaders in their respective fields, to touch upon the three key themes of the One Health concept: antibiotic resistance, emerging zoonoses, and food security. We also have the honor of hearing words of greeting from representatives of the World Health Organization, head of the Russian representation, Dr. Milita Buynovich, and the director of the Food and Agriculture Organization Liaison Office with the Russian Federation, Oleg Kobyakov. We are also pleased to welcome President of the National Academy of Sciences of Georgia, Georgy Kvesitadze, President of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Ho Jiangao, and the President of the Academy of Sciences of South Africa, Jonathan Jansen, and all the participants of the symposium. I would like to conclude by thanking all the esteemed participants and wish you all a successful event and fruitful discussion.
Благодарим президента Российской академии наук,
We
академика.
thank Mr. Sergeyev, academician Sergeyev, the president of Russian Academy of Science, for his kind words and wishes. Thank you for being so vigilant about our recent COVID-19 challenge. Now, with your permission, I want to welcome another participant of our symposium, representative of World Health Organization, head of country office in Russian Federation, Dr. Melita Vujnovic. Recently, we've been admired with her bravery and professionalism. We've been seeing her raising awareness of our population about COVID-19 in Russia. Thank you, Madam Vujnovic, for preventing the spread of this infection all over the country, and currently the sustainability of COVID-19 situation in Russia is partly thanks to the efforts of Madam Vujnovic. Now, first, I would like to make a short video introduction, and then I'll give her the floor.
Пожалуйста, да, доктор Мелита.
Please, Dr. Vujnovic, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Morning, Madam Donnik. Good morning, Vasaran Chahavich.
Honorable Jonathan Janssen. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the World Health Organization, and especially on behalf of the regional director of WHO for the European region for its 53 member states, Dr. Hans Kluge, it is my pleasure to deliver opening remarks at this very important fourth International Symposium on One Health. Our understanding of the intimate interactions between humans, animals, and their shared environment, and of our actions is critical to protect human and animal health and to protect livelihoods with the ultimate goal to preserve a safe and sustainable environment for the future. The pandemic of COVID-19 has painfully reminded all of us that we live in a globalized world and that the concept of One Health needs to come again sharply into our focus. A decade ago, you will all remember, in 2010, the concept of One Health was formulated, and we all thought it to be simple and it will just do the trick. But we came to understand today that it is not simple at all. This was one of the reasons that in 2017, the World Health Organization, the Food and Agricultural Organization, and the Organization for Animal Health came together and established the very well-known tripartite alliance. This is a strong partnership with the main aim to ensure that our combined resources, commitment, and actions serve the world in the most effective way, because health issues at the human-animal environment interface cannot be effectively addressed by one sector or country alone. Collaboration across all sectors and disciplines is responsible for health, is required to address zoonotic diseases and other shared health threats. One Health, as an approach, designs and implements programs, policies, legislation, and research in which multiple sectors communicate and work together to effectively prepare for detection, assessment, and response to our shared health threats. Acknowledging that many of today's health issues require international, multi-sectoral, and coordinated response, the One Health approach is gaining recognition today not only among professionals, but also at the political leaders. I'm proud to say that last Friday, on the 23rd of April, the representatives for Europe of the tripartite organizations, FAO, OIE, and WHO, came together and launched the One Health Coordination Mechanism for Europe and Central Asia. This mechanism consolidates cooperation between the Regional Office for Europe, FAO and OIE, and all the country offices that we have in the 53 member states covered in this region. We are aiming to ensure that our core mandate, individual strengths and competitive advantages, are used to the maximum. They foster synergy and avoid duplication. We know that global changes, including intensification of agriculture and livestock production, increased travel and trade, climate change, urbanization, population growth, and antimicrobial resistance have altered the patterns and contribute to the emergence and spread of infectious diseases. Not least to say that we are in the midst of such a pandemic. But antimicrobial resistance by itself threatens that we lose most of the achievements and advancement of modern human and veterinary medicine. It threatens to be spread into the environment. It threatens plant health. At the country level, here in the Russian Federation, I am proud to say that the country office of the Food and Agriculture Organization, the WHO country office, and the regional representative office of the Organization for Animal Health, together with the UNEP liaison office for the Russian Federation, have been closely coordinating and working together for the last 4 years. Our main aim has been to raise awareness and demonstrate that working together is the formula for success. Actions that we took around antimicrobial resistance came to the attention and the focus of political leadership, of professionals, and of the general public. One of the main directions of our joint efforts has been promotion of scientific research. It is research indeed that needs to spearhead our efforts, guide us in delivering key actions needed to reduce and stop antimicrobial resistance. Scientific research today is crucial in guiding us and providing tools that we need to gain behavioral insight and design actions that indeed will result in effective behavioral changes of the population, of the professionals, of the sectors to prevent the further growth of antimicrobial resistance. We need scientific research to further improve surveillance and information sharing on surveillance in country, across sectors, and among countries. It needs to enable cross-border collaboration so that when resistance patterns emerge, we have methods to detect them and address them. We need scientific research further on to improve detection in the environment, including in the water, sludge, sewage. Let me just name a few. The highly pathogen microorganisms which have the potential to contaminate drinking water and food and cause outbreaks locally and internationally. We need to detect use of antibiotics in agriculture and animal husbandry and help everybody to understand the harm of this use and to lead to full banning of antibiotics as growth promoters. We need research to inform human and veterinarian medicine on clinical protocols through which antibiotics will be used rationally and effectively, and to underpin our efforts with scientific evidence and convince the health professionals to use the AWARE system as a model of saving and preserving antibiotics. We need research to lead pharmaceutical innovation, detection, and finding new ways, discovering new vaccines and antimicrobials that we critically need as we are running out of effective medicines. And we need research to understand and prevent inappropriate and unnecessary use of antibiotics during the COVID-19 pandemic, as we already now can see the growing antibiotic resistance pattern resulting from treatment of COVID patients. We need research to help the world to pass through this pandemic and enhance resilience to future potential pandemics. Allow me to conclude by thanking the Russian Academy of Sciences, the Don Polytechnic University, for convening this very important symposium, putting the power of science at the center of the One Health agenda as the key tool for building a healthy, sustainable future. Through our collaboration within the Tripartite Plus Alliance and in close collaboration at country, regional, and global level, we can make a difference together. I'm looking forward to hearing your deliberations in all these important areas. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Меня и не включают, понимаешь? Спасибо большое, доктор.
Thank you, Dr. Vujnovic, for your kind words, for your kind wishes. You're being very objective about the current situation. I cannot agree more. You outline all the serious challenges that every person involved in R&D is facing today. Also, those people who manufacture food products for human beings are involved in these problems as well. And we can't help but talk about climate change as well, because obviously it's inevitable that we will have to change our approaches and our agricultural technologies as well. This is what we'll need to do to keep producing on the same quality levels and in the same volumes. We're very happy to have you here with us today, and we do hope that we will follow the same scientific path in the future. Mentioning all of present challenges, we cannot forget about such an important international organization as Food and Agriculture Organization. The Russian office is very active. Mr. Oleg Kobyakov is director of the FAO liaison office with the Russian Federation. He's very active, and we've been cooperating quite closely. He supports all of our scientific activity. I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Kobyakov. First, a short video introduction, and then the floor is yours.
Добрый день. Как меня слышно?
Good morning. Can you hear me well? We can hear you perfectly. Dear guests, distinguished participants, and Madam Donik, it's a great honor for me to represent the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations organizations here today. Please accept my best wishes from the Chief Veterinary Dr. Kit Sumshin. That's the Chief Vet Doctor of the FAO. I know that many of you know him because of long-standing cooperation, and also my best wishes from Dr. Iran Reisman, the Chief Vet Doctor for Europe and Central Asia, and also my best wishes from all of my colleagues who are working in the One Health line. The politicians from all over the world have come to a conclusion that this safety is a unique goal for everybody. Equally as those politicians, the veterinary doctors, human medicine doctors, and specialists in food safety now also have no doubts. Our health is a one single thing. It is One Health. And my colleague, Dr. Vujnovic, has already presented this concept, One World, One Health. And documentally, it has been organized in trilateral agreement from three organizations that are working in the sphere of human and veterinary health. This year, the UNEP program has also joined this program. The recent events have proven that the environment that we are surrounded by is the reservoir of numerous microorganisms. Some of them are pathogenic. And in the world of wild nature, there is this constantly present exchange within that existing microbiome. So we're very grateful to have UN Environmental Program here as a member of this work. That's another logical continuation of what we've been doing within the One Health strategy. In this trilateral cooperation since February 18, the chairing function has the FAO. We've been very active in Moscow, and I want you to know that even before this trilateral regional mechanism was formed, there was already a Moscow liaison office for One Health, and this liaison office was very actively in cooperation with us. The Dr. Mina Plascic, the regional representative for Europe and Central Asia, was very active as well. And we weren't only organizing some one-time events during the year as, I don't know, some international conferences in an International Refugee Day, or, for example, an international conference at the Day of Microbial Resistance, for example. No, that wasn't all. Together with our Russian partners, we keep sustainable work in the course of the whole year. Of course, there are areas of major focus for us today. And Mr. Sergeyev has mentioned those in his welcoming address. Of course, I would outline this problem of resistance to antimicrobial drugs. That's the major problem. Dr. Melita was very passionate about this problem, and this is the serious one. We have to raise awareness about that one, not only among doctors and specific specialists, but among general populations, because we have to change the approach. When it comes to veterinary medicine, here the FAO is urging every party involved to stop using antibiotics in non-therapeutical activities. We urge you to stop using them as growth stimulator. Moreover, currently the antibiotics are not only used in veterinary, they also started using that in agriculture. And last year we had a conference on soil and land diversity, and during that conference we've seen proofs of how the microbiome is changed under the influence of antibiotics. And when we bring antibiotics to natural environment, to soils, to waters, well, we risk to build up some new pathogenic reservoirs, which might mutate and which might come back to us, to human beings, through plants or through animals. If you will let me share my screen right now, I would like to demonstrate 3 publications that were published out there just yesterday. Can you please give me the right to share my screen? Those are in English, but our office will translate them into Russian ASAP. I am talking about methodological recommendations for vet doctors, for farmers, about using antibiotics in swine production, in poultry production, and in dairy production. Can you see my screen? That is, well, I'm trying to show you the publication that recommends to use antibiotics in swine production. There's another one that has to do with poultry production, and the last but not least, the dairy animal production. So that's the publication by our colleagues in regional office in Budapest, and well, I have a feeling those might be interesting for our Russian-speaking audience as well. What I also want you to pay attention to, there is another publication in Russia dedicated to the influence of SARS-CoV-2 virus on human health. SARS-CoV-2 viruses that are produced from domestic animals and wild animals as well. We had this veterinary congress in Moscow last week, and those questions were covered quite comprehensively. Thus, the FAO is trying its best to achieve its mission, to exchange opinions, to exchange experiences and best practices. When it comes to Russia, as I represent Russian liaison office, I want to thank the Russian vet scientists, the leading R&D and scientific institutes that are working in the country. And I can very highly evaluate their work. For the first in the world vaccine against COVID-19, the CoronaVac vaccine. Our organization is very interested and very invested in this vaccine, and well, we're closely following the future of this vaccine. Dear colleagues, our FAO liaison office in Moscow is always open for you. We are all yours in any case of in any inquiry. We can provide any technical assistance. We can consult you on anything related to One Health. So as long as we have competencies enough. I congratulate you with the National Day of Vet Doctor that was celebrated the 24th of April, though in Russia we celebrated in August, but why not anyway? I think that's just another, key to attract people's attention to this question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kobyakov. Thank you. You were quite right to say that it's not only happening in human beings, but also in animals. The microorganisms that cause the disease, they are changing and mutating. I always say to my students, there is no empty spaces in nature. As soon as we eliminate one dangerous microorganism, 10 others immediately appear. When it comes to antibiotics resistance, recently I've seen this vector moving toward veterinary doctors anyway. And I see and I hear people blaming vet doctors for using too much of antibiotics and for, treating their animals with that. But I want you to know that in vet medicine, they're using antibiotics way less than human doctors do in human medicine. And we just have to try to stop using antibiotics for non-medical reasons, as for growth stimulation. That is a complicated topic, though there is always an alternative. You can increase animals' resistance, you can increase the plant's resistance, but not with using antibacterial drugs, but with using some natural drugs, pesticides, for example, and some other similar substances. But this is a subject of further study because we can't just say no to that, right? If we forbid something, we will never be able to receive the necessary food products. The best option is to control and monitor the process. That's my personal opinion because I also work on antibiotics resistance and I have some experience to make these conclusions. Currently, we're working on animal manufacturing sites and we audit their flora and we see already the 6th generation of resistance to antibiotics, despite the veterinary doctors never using them before. It is still a mystery for us, this transition, the way this microflora is transitioning from one generation to another. How does it end up in the farm? Anyway, we have to study that. Thank you. Thank you for your permanent support, and we hope that we will keep cooperating in the future. Dear colleagues, and during the previous year, we felt, every single one of us felt the lack of face-to-face communication. I really do miss the opportunity to talk to my colleagues offline, face-to-face. But still, we are unfortunately obliged to keep talking online, and I'm happy to see our colleague here, President of the National Academy of Sciences of Georgia, our colleague, Georgi Krisitadze. Georgi, if I may, I would like to give you the floor after a short video introduction. Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, From the depth of my heart, I want to congratulate you with participating in such an important symposium, One Health. This symposium, organized by Don State Technical University, chaired by Professor Matthew. It's a great honor for me to be here. I would really love to participate there offline, but you all know in what situation we're currently living. Unfortunately, I don't have a chance to come to Rostov these days. Today, issues of people's health and the issues of ecology are as important as they never been. Together with the remaining national problems, the 21st century has brought three another additional problems that I personally consider as the threat to human living: ecology, energy production, and food safety. We disturb the ecological balance, and the consequences will be very harsh. Why is ecological disbalance so dangerous? Well, global warming, climate change, the increasing number of spontaneous mutations that lead to degenerative growth of pathogenic microorganisms, the increase in prevalence of infectious diseases, and many other problems. We have every reason to believe that viral infections represent the result of this disruption of ecological balance of our planet. We inhibit planet's immune system. The diversity of plants of microorganisms is decreasing every year. Together with Don State Technical University, we are currently developing a very serious monograph on this problem. This monograph will cover every existing green eco-technologies, including some new technologies that were never presented before and that seem very promising to us. Please accept my congratulations once again and accept my apologies that I can't be there personally. Thank you very much. Thank you, Georgy Ivanovich. Well, nevertheless, we do hope that these hard times will finish at some point and we will be able to meet personally and keep working face to face on those very important topics that we are mentioning right now. Thank you. Thank you for your introduction and welcoming address. Dear colleagues, currently we have on call the president of Chinese Academy of Sciences, Professor Hu Jianggu. We are so grateful for them and we are very humbly looking at how China is doing its best to promote their science, to promote their research. Unfortunately, the pandemic again disrupted our joint works in this area, our cooperation, but I hope that our today's symposium might be another stimulus to, to restart our joint cooperation once again in the areas of human and vet pathologies. Now I'd like to give the floor to Professor Hu Jianggu after a short video introduction, please.
Dear President Sergeyev, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to give the opening speech for the international webinar on One Health. First of all, on behalf of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I would like to express my sincere congratulations to Russia Academy of Sciences on the opening of the webinar. After the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, taking advantage of its multidisciplinary research strengths, CARS has spread no efforts in fighting against the COVID-19. 396 research teams and nearly 3,000 researchers from more than 50 CARS institutes have been involved in these efforts, resulting in science-based solutions and support on pathogen identification and tracing detection technologies, vaccine and antibody development and drug screening. The current epidemic situation highlights the importance of strengthening international scientific and technological cooperation in the field of public health. To fight against this global pandemic, we also attach great importance to cooperation with international scientific community. Both China and Russia led the world in vaccine research and development. There is close contact and exchange between institutes of microbiology of CARS and the Institute of Vaccines and Syria of the Russia Academy of Medical Sciences. The two institutes have signed MOU to establish China-Russia joint laboratory on COVID-19, conduct joint research programs, and develop big data platform in pathogenic microbiology and immunology. I think there's great potential for scientists of our two countries to share their experience on effective detection, response to, and prevention of zoonosis outbreaks, carry out effective cooperation, and advance the scientific understanding of the most important issues of global public health security. I hope this webinar will build a platform for gathering global science and technology knowledge, wisdom to provide strong scientific and technological support for the final victory over this epidemic situation. Last but not least, I sincerely wish the webinar a great success. Thank you.
Спасибо большое,
Thank
доктор.
you. Thank you, Professor Zhangguo. We're very grateful for your kind words. You are quite right in saying that only bringing our efforts together will be able to achieve such outstanding results that we've actually achieved when developing the prevention and diagnostics instruments for new COVID-19 infection. We have here participants from even further located country. The President of the Academy of Sciences of South African Republic, Professor Jonathan Jansen. He's really far away from us, but you know, the distance doesn't matter when it comes to such problems as we're talking about today. Dr. Jansen, please, the floor is yours.
Пожалуйста, да, доктор Янсен. Слышим вас.
Please, yes, the floor is yours.
Dr. Irina Donik, and as Vice President of the Russian Academy of Sciences. I do want to, on behalf of the Academy of Science of South Africa, congratulate the Russian Academy of Sciences and the Don State Technical University for this very, very innovative and timely symposium on One Health. This is an extremely important concept in the present time, so much so that that ASIF, the Academy of Science South Africa, approved, the council approved a consensus study, a scientific study on the concept of One Health. We're busy making some amendments to the study given the conditions, the constraints of the pandemic lockdown. But I cannot think of a more important topic than this sense of a unified health strategy for addressing the issues of concern that threatens not just our health, but our very lives in the world today. I have to repeat perhaps some of the concerns that I raised in the context of the recent symposium of the BRICS academies, which again involved also the Russian Academy of Sciences. My deep concern that so much of the emphasis in both research and in policy has been on the scientific, the medical science aspects, and in particular the biomedical science aspects of the pandemic. And to some extent, that is understandable, that epidemiologists, vaccinologists, and others would take center stage in just trying to manage the pandemic. But as any medical scientist will tell you, these are issues which are not just physical or biomedical. They are, in essence, social. In other words, you cannot possibly resolve bring this pandemic under control without taking account of the social, the economic, and the political issues that can mitigate against the effective control of this pandemic. And so it is so important for all of our academies, in my view, to make sure that in addition to the medical scientists sitting around the table in all their different forms, that we also need our social scientists, to be at the same table. And I will just use one or two examples to illustrate the point. So, for example, you cannot talk about social distancing in a developing country like ours without taking account of the very compact living spaces, often in shacks, in informal settlements in which people live. To tell people who are 18 to a small shack of 1 or 2 bedrooms to socially distance is to be foolish, is to be working with a very middle class concept of what it means to be socially distant. And so you cannot do that without bringing into the conversation people in the sociology of development. A medical scientist can't help you with that. A vaccinologist doesn't even understand what I just told you. It is so important to have social scientists in that conversation. I'll give you a second example. And again, understandably, from a medical science point of view, when the pandemic was at its worst, governments around the world set certain restrictions on public gatherings. For example, limited numbers of people at a funeral to, of course, reduce the chances of the spread of infection. That makes perfect sense in the medical world. But try to tell that to traditional communities, and certainly in the African context. I cannot speak, obviously, for the Chinese or the Russian or other country contexts. And of course, people don't understand because their understanding of rituals of mourning requires them to be physically present. And therefore, if you needed the sociologist at the table to help you make sense of social distancing, you need anthropologists at the table to help you make sense of rituals of mourning. None of this is to suggest we should override the medical science advice. It is simply saying that by bringing in the social scientists into the same conversation, you are better able to persuade people, of the need to distance and for the need for lower numbers. If we don't do that, there is no way that this pandemic, especially in poorer countries, is going to subside in significant terms, that is, in relation to herd immunity. Similarly, as you now know, you cannot tell people to simply stay indoors and not work because there are huge economic risks. And for people in subsistence economies where there is a real danger that I have to choose between being infected and dying of hunger, you have to bring economists to the table, and particularly developmental economists, to help you make sense of that situation. And finally, you cannot possibly, in this current climate, deal effectively with the global nature of this pandemic without understanding the geopolitics of vaccines. I am so surprised that people don't talk more about this in the science community. And a very good example is India. Okay, right now, sadly, tragically, India's, rather late in comparison to other countries, has this devastation of hospitalization and death as a result of this rampant spread of COVID-19. You have to have a conversation about patents as standing in the way from the rich countries, or standing in the way of acting quickly and effectively in getting supplies, oxygen, vaccines, etc., to a huge country such as India. And so the uneven spread of the of supplies with respect to across the world not only reflects again the inequality among nations, but it also reflects, in my view, the greed of nations in not understanding that no country is safe until, given the nature of the global economy, until all countries are included. And so I do hope, Dr. Donik, that there is attention paid, not just to the topics you have on the table, which are important, obviously, but also to the social dimensions of disease. Otherwise, I think our chances of winning are greatly reduced. All of which to say, congratulations to the Russian Academy and Don State University on this incredible initiative. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, доктор Янсен.
Thank you, Dr. Janssen. I agree with everything you said. We have to consider every possible risks that might be there. The pandemic has taught us a lot. I believe that we have to also consider the social factor, right? Because, well, let's think, if the first days when we started receiving news about this disease, if we had taken proper measures and we could actually, insist that people stayed at home and avoided those contacts, probably the spread of the disease would be way lower. And well, I guess that we will suffer from consequences of this disease for many years ahead. That is the social factor. People who lost their relatives, people who survived the illness but is still recovering, that is a significant social factor. And we have to take measures. We have to bring down that negative burden, that stress levels, because that is a significant factor actually. In human medicine and in vet medicine, there is this definition of post-traumatic syndrome, and I guess that's exactly what we're dealing with. It might appear after a year or 2 or 3. It will, I mean, it won't just pass just like that. We have to, and thank you for bringing people's attention to that. We have to be very aware of the social aspect of the disease. There should be some instruments there as well. Colleagues, we've listened to welcoming addresses of all of our honorable guests, and now I would like to give the floor to the man who has done great job to prepare this symposium. I'm talking about the rector of Don State Technical University, our great friend, Professor Meschi. Vissarion Meschi, Vissarion, you are the most welcoming host. It's a pity that we are not there on your very welcoming Rostov land. I visited your university recently and I was really pleasantly surprised with the way you refurbished it, you re-equipped it. You have so many talented people working there, and well, it's not a problem for you to find the solutions to every difficult problem there might be. Thank you.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Madam Moderator, dear colleagues, Alexander, Georgiev, every one of you who is present here online or offline. I welcome all of you. Today's event that we're hosting at our Don State Technical University, with kind support of Russian Academy of Science, is welcoming all of you. I thank Madam Donik for such a high evaluation of our work. I was very glad to have you here, and please come back anytime. This symposium is another opportunity for us to consider once again the possible solutions to the problems that we're surrounded with today. We have to specifically talk about animal, human diseases, and existing and possible. I see international scientists here today, people who have been welcoming us just now. That's a testimony to the fact that international cooperation is very important. And I want to underline once again, I want to stress it even more, Russia will never be able to solve those problems alone. That's why we invite people, that's why we invite scientists from all over the world to help us here. And we try to work out on the solutions that will be suitable for everyone. The year 2020, the pandemic of COVID-19 has demonstrated people do not get sick separately in different countries. No, people get sick all over the world. People suffer from diseases everywhere, and we cannot survive isolated. We have to work all together. That's why we welcome such high level of representation. And many of you mentioned that we have to work all together. In any case, if some countries prefer to work separately, they prefer to remain isolated. Some countries prefer not to be involved in problems of, I don't know, other countries, as Russia, for example. Well, they're making a mistake. And I do hope that all the round tables that we'll be having here today will be another proof of that. Young scientists that we'll hear today will prove to you once again that we can elaborate our own joint decision. We heard from the president of National Academy of Sciences of Georgia. That's true. Currently, we are preparing a joint monograph dedicated to ecological challenges. Because again, we can't isolate it one from the other. The ecology is closely related to the safety of human beings. That is a common disease. The disease that damages the human health also damages the ecology and vice versa. We have to keep the balance here. Once again, I want to thank you for being here. I'm quite sad that we're not making this, we're not having this offline, because I would really want to welcome all of you here, but still, this is better than nothing. And I hope that soon enough we'll be able to sit in one room and talk to each other face to face. But well, life is life. We can't do it like this now. But I have no doubts, as very soon we will meet each other and talk offline. Once again, I want to thank our Dean, Alexey Mikhailovich. He is here sitting next to me. Thank you very much. I want to thank you for this brilliant initiative. We came up with it some 4 or 5 years ago. We skipped last year, well, for obvious reasons. We'll keep doing that every year. Don State Technical University, being an initiator of this event, will annually hold this conference, hold this symposium. You're always welcome. Please come participate. Let's work together. Thank you, Sergey Vladimirovich, for being here once again. That was a very significant support. We wouldn't be able to make it without you. Without Russian Academy of Science, this wouldn't be possible. And my specific thanks goes to Irina Donnik. Dear friends, without you, without Russian science, without any science, higher educational institutions will never survive. Only all together, when we bring our efforts together, we can achieve the results we strive to. Thank you. Good luck. I wish all of us a fruitful conference. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bessarion Chikhovich. Well, we know you're such a welcoming host. You're always very welcoming. You're always very happy to see guests at your door. And well, I was actually sitting here thinking about the day of the next symposium, but well, you already answered my question. So you're inviting us next time to Rostov-on-Don as well. Yes, that is quite right. We're waiting for you here. You being a vice president of Russian Academy of Science, you should know we have your students here in the university. Professors and doctors working here are your former students. Many of the publications that are now made on the international level became real thanks to you, well, at some point. We hope that we'll keep cooperating with you as actively as ever, and thank you very much. The goal that you outlined, we have to achieve it, so we're waiting for you. Please come anytime, as soon as you have an opportunity. Together with you, together with the president of the academy, please come and visit, because we want the president of the academy to see with his own eyes the equipment and the technologies that we have here in our university. Thank you very much for your high evaluation. Thank you. My colleagues, I want to join those words and thank the Dean of the Veterinary Medicine Faculty of Don State Technical University, Mr. Yermakov. Thank you very much, Mr. Yermakov, for your contribution in our national and international cooperation. But most importantly, I'm very grateful for you being so quick in responding to our inquiries related to pandemics. When the pandemic hit, people started speculating, actually. You probably remember that. People were saying that agricultural animals and pets even could be carriers of the disease. People started panicking and people are starting, bringing their pets to pet orphanages. And well, only thanks to our colleagues in Rostov and from Rossельхознадзор of Russian Federation, we managed to bring together the data to convince people that this is actually not true. We've published the article demonstrating and proving that insignificant number of animals in Russia who carry this new disease. Well, that's still subject to further study because that might be not pathological process, but just a circulation of antibody. We don't know that yet. So we have to be careful here about claims. We have to be very careful about studying those agents because we don't want people to throw in their dogs away, right? We know that sad story about Denmark when they just killed so many minks, and then they were like, well, sorry, that was a mistake. We don't want to repeat that mistake. And our colleagues, they were brave enough in standing up to that erroneous opinions because, well, I can't really even think about throwing the pets out there on the street. Well, dear colleagues, our first plenary session is coming to an end. Before we conclude it, I want to I want to say a couple of words. We're talking about two things here today. We're talking about pandemics and about resistance to antibiotics and a little bit about food security and food product quality. Just some ideas for the next symposium. How about we talk about genetically modified organisms? What are their roles, what risks are related to them, and what should be done about them? I mean, is it really inevitable that the whole world will transition to genetically modified products? What are the risks for the environment? What are the risks for a human being, for that matter? What are the long-term risks? So far, no one can give us an answer. No one can tell, well, is it dangerous or is it safe? I would really want us to cover that topic as well. Our colleague from South African Republic has mentioned that social risks are equally important as biological risks. On one hand, transnational corporations, they say, well, there is nothing bad happening. Genetics are like, well, there are seamless technologies. There is nothing to be afraid of. We can genetically modify everything, and you will never know it is modified, that it is safe and all of that. But on the other hand, we see the growing prevalence of oncological diseases. We see the growing numbers of neurodegenerative diseases. And, well, I think that's the topic worth covering. And the second one, climate change. We've mentioned it already today. The changes in the approach of the study of, the main agent biology, because, well, in hot climate, for example, the agent could behave differently, but it still remains very pathogenic. So that's what I suggest to discuss in the next symposium. Dear colleagues, anybody else? Anybody there present, or we can proceed with the sessions? Anyone out there online? I see there Victor Ilyan, our distinguished scientist and academician, very well-known scientist in the sphere of food safety and security. There is no connection. Well, everything that you mentioned is crucially important. Antibiotics resistance is important for literally everybody, especially when we live in the pandemic, and sometimes the question to use or not to use the antibiotics is the question of life and death. And there is a number of antibiotics that are basically non-efficient because people very soon become resistant to those bacteria, resistant to those antibiotics. This is a crucially important problem, and I thank you, Madam Donik, for bringing up that question. And I really welcome your approach that you bring together agriculture and technical scientists. We have plenty of breakthrough studies, and all of those breakthrough studies are happening in the overlapping of those science. And I am very glad to see that our really different departments of Russian Academy of Sciences are working together. And that's actually thanks to you as well. We thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, they are rushing me. We don't really have much time. Thank you for your kind words. Yes, I have to finish and wrap up our plenary session, and we proceed with the topic mentioned by Viktor Alexandrovich here. Our first session is called Antibiotic Resistance and Biosafety. Now the moderator is Tatiana Serdyuk, candidate of science, please, the Dean of Bioengineering Department of Don State Technical University. Thank you.
I would like to welcome all my colleagues and thank Irina Donik for introduction. And we will start our scientific session 1. The topic is antibiotic resistance and biosafety. And I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Roman Kozlov. He is a rector of Smolensk State Medical University. And he will give a talk about antibiotics and resistance to them during the new coronavirus pandemic, Russian realities.
Thank you very much for a kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to use this opportunity to thank organizers for inviting me to give a talk at such a distinguished conference. I would like to ask organizers to allow me to show a demonstration of the screen. So basically, yeah, thanks. So generally, my talk today is to give you an update on what is going on during the antibiotic use and consumption, what is going on with the resistance, and what is the Russian experience in fighting against resistance during the coronavirus pandemic. I'm representing different organizations. One of them, Methodological Verification Center of Antimicrobial Resistance. Also, we are WHO Collaborating Center for a capacity building on antimicrobial resistance surveillance and research. So generally, I would like to start with the very well-known fact that antimicrobials in general and antibiotics in particular are quite young drugs. They have been discovered by Sir Alexander Fleming in 1928. You can see here below basically the fungi, Penicillium notatum, which has been discovered by the Fleming, and afterwards the penicillin itself has been named. The USSR has a priority in design and actually discovery of new antimicrobials, and Zinaida Vasylyevna Yermoleva, Soviet scientist who in 1942 created Soviet penicillin, penicillin crustazine, and she used completely different fungi, Penicillium crustosum. What antibiotics gave to the community is actually quite clearly shown on this slide. You can see that before antimicrobials and antibiotics, the chances for the patient to die with a pneumonia was 9 out of 10. After the discovery of penicillin, this figure decreased up to 1 to 10. So basically, this is a crucial discovery of 20th century alongside with clean water and vaccination. What I can also tell that basically from the one hand, we have a majority of antimicrobial drugs. We have more than 200 antimicrobials registered within the Russian Federation. The largest class is antibacterial antimicrobial drugs or antibiotics. Also quite well-designed antifungals. For example, we have 8 different classes, and basically we have found some time of new discoveries because of increase of number of fungal infection, especially in specific subset of the patients. Also, we have a quite substantial discovery in antivirals and antiprotozoals, and basically from the one hand, we have a quite substantial number of these drugs. From another hand, unfortunately, we have a lack of new antimicrobials, which we'll talk about. Another issue which substantially limit our capabilities in effectively treatment of infection is actually antimicrobial resistance. I would like to show this slide just to remind you that any drug or any substance which possess activity against different bacteria or fungi or viruses or protozoa actually, unfortunately, will have a resistance. Certainly, the time of development of resistance differ from different antimicrobials and antibiotics, but under any circumstances, antibiotic resistance is a biological phenomenon, and there are no drugs to which no resistance has been observed. This is a crucial issue to understand, and our effort should be concentrated on limitation of development and further spread of resistance microorganisms rather than prevention of resistance itself. Well, generally, what influence of resistance does on new technologies? I will just give you a couple examples. For example, cesarean section led to increase of global GDP to 2%. Highly effective drugs in oncology plus 0.75%. Other issues also gave us quite a substantial increase in world GDP. So, for example, these 4 procedures will lead to 4% of world GDP growth by 2020. In money, it's in about 120 trillion profits. But unfortunately, if the AMR growth rate remains the same until 2050, the global economic losses might be up to 7% of world GDP, which is equivalent to $210 trillion. And maternal mortality, for example, alongside, will increase by more than 50 times. So what are the challenges in the fight against resistances? We felt quite strongly that lack of knowledge remains the challenge number 1. We are doing quite a substantial effort with the support of Russian Academy of Sciences and Ministry of Health of Russian Federation in education of physicians. We have a different type of activities, including journals, webinars, evidence-based seminars, etc. And also we are quite actively stimulating people to publish in the peer-reviewed journals, which is listed in Scopus, like this journal, for example. Also, what we need to understand, without the classical education of population, I fully agree with Vice President of Russian Academy of Sciences, academician Donik. She said that without the introduction of knowledge to the general population, we wouldn't solve this problem. I will give you just a couple examples. So it was a quite interesting data published in 2007 originally with a question to general populations: can antibiotic kill viruses? And to our big surprise, you can see in 2007, 45% of Russian population said yes. In 2011, before pandemic, 46% said yes. What is the positive side of this data? We can actually see in 2018, which we saw that based upon the recent published review, only 35% said yes. So general, all efforts which everybody produced within the Russian Federation led to quite substantial influence on knowledge of general population on antibiotics. And again, it gives an additional assurance that the basically classical evidence-based messages actually might lead to education of the general population, thus limiting the resistant microorganism spread. We have a quite successful campaign on education of general population rational antibiotic use. It has been a pilot study. Right now, we are actually extending this with the support of Ministry of Health throughout the country. And we do hope that basically this classical informational campaign will show the positive side on the general knowledge of our population, thus again limiting the resistance rate. Certainly challenge number 2 is evolution. Certainly bacteria are evolutionizing, and I'll give you an example of nosocomial infection. You can see that in 20s of the last century, 50s of the last century, gram-positives were dominating. And you can see that starting from 2000, we unfortunately see the gram-negative bacteria prevalence. And currently, 75% of all nosocomial infection based upon our data within the Russian hospitals are actually due to gram-negative bacteria. Again, unfortunately, the resistance is the main challenge for antimicrobial therapy. And unfortunately, resistance also evolutionizing from single drug resistance to multiple drug resistance to, unfortunately, pan-resistances. And again, this is a global challenge. And again, I would like to call for a general collaboration with this subject. Because again, it has been showed by Lord O'Neill in a very famous publication, which has been actually presented first time on the World Economic Forum in Davos, that if nothing will be done in resistance, the total losses in GDP might lead more than $100 trillion, in human lives, in more than 300 million losses by 2020, which is actually 2 population of Russian Federation, of half population of European Union. Also, what is very important to remember about antimicrobial resistance is actually that no country is free from this problem. And you can see again, this is very classical data showing that certainly the influence and spread and actually reality with IMR in different countries differ. But again, no country is free, and this is estimates how many people might prematurely die due to antimicrobial resistance in 2020. And you can see that figures are extremely striking. Also, one last figure which I would like to share with you, that again, currently, based upon expert estimation, approximately 700,000 people die due to infection caused by resistant bacteria. But again, if nothing will be done by the scientific community and the politicians, this figure might reach 10 million per year by 2050, which will be higher than the number of deaths due to cancer, 8.2 million. And again, this is a classical call, what should be done in fight against antimicrobial resistance. So generally, if we translate this in our patient issue, we have approximately 2 million nosocomial infections annually. Based upon our data, resistance to 3 or more classes of antibiotics has been observed up to 98% of gram-negative bacteria. So basically, susceptibility to only one antibiotic has been observed only in 2/3 of bacteria. So translating this into empiric antimicrobial therapy, we can conclude that in the absence of adequate resistance data, a chance to get effective empiric therapy in our patients is less than 30%. So what pandemic of new coronavirus infections actually taught us? Well, if you have a look on the consumption within the Russian Federation, our country, based upon our data, looked very nicely. We had an average consumption, and again, if you compare this 12.6 GDP per 1,000 population with other countries, you can see that we are looking very nicely on the right-hand side of this slide towards the countries of Northern Europe, which are actually characterizing quite low consumption of antimicrobials. And again, it is very positive sign showing that our doctors, at least in the community, are actually very careful when they're prescribing antimicrobials. But unfortunately, what has happened in 2020 due to the pandemic, we actually observed quite a substantial increase in the consumption of antimicrobials. The increase was 28% or 4.1 GDP per 1,000 population. And again, you don't need to be guru in antimicrobials that will inevitably lead to increase of resistance in community-acquired bacteria. And again, if we have a look on the antimicrobials, which has been consumption of which has been increased up substantially, unfortunately, if these drugs which has been extensively used in the community-acquired infections, first of all, is azithromycin and levofloxacin and other fluoroquinolones. So this is a classical example that unfortunately pandemic and new coronavirus infections will lead inevitably to increase of resistances. And again, if we will use WHO classification of consumption of different classes of antibiotics in Russia, we looked in 2019 very nicely, approximately, excess and watch antimicrobials 50-50, and you can see in 2020, those antimicrobials which are included to the watch list, their consumption has been increased, and again, this is due to azithromycin and levofloxacin. So today, quite a number of things has been said about veterinary use of antimicrobials, and I fully support what has been said previously. I will give you just one example. If you look on the antibiotic consumption in the US, if we have a look on the human medicine annually, that basically only 1.3 million kilograms antimicrobials are used in humans. And 10 times more has been used in animals, and look on the first line of this slide. 11.2 million kilograms of antibiotics has been used for so-called prophylaxis in animals as a growth promoters. And absolutely agree with all colleagues. It should be stopped because we understand quite clearly that whether we will find traces of antimicrobials, this will inevitably lead to increase of resistance in the humans. And that is why, as a physicians, we will experience quite a substantial problems in empiric and also etiotrophic therapy of our patients. Certainly, the lack of new drugs has been said quite substantially. I will give you just two small examples. You can see that number of pharma companies which has been developing new antimicrobials dropped from 18 to 5 by 2011. It sounds strange, but generally antibiotics became very unsuccessful for pharma companies. That is why many governments, and what is crucially important, our government using the program Pharma 2020 and Pharma 2030, are stimulating big pharma and small and medium enterprises come back for the development of new antimicrobials. And fortunately, we started to see basically that the seeds of this support will lead to development new antimicrobials, and we already starting to have quite a number of drugs. What also new pandemic taught us, that technologies with proven efficacy should be used. And I would like to give you an example of vaccination, not only vaccination using very well-known bacterial vaccines, but what is crucially important for the fight against AMR is indirect effect of antiviral vaccines, including new coronavirus vaccines, including the 3 Russian vaccines which is available, and 4th, which will become available based upon our ministry information in the beginning of May. Generally, using of vaccines, decrease number of infections, decrease of consumption of antimicrobials, decrease of resistances. This is plethora of vaccines which became available during the last centuries, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to predict that within the next couple decades, we will see much more new vaccines. And again, we need to look into the vaccines as the way basically to control resistances. So what to do next? Generally, Russian Federation developed a national policy on the use of antimicrobial drugs based on regional and local resistance data. This is Order of Government of Russian Federation published in 2017. And again, I would like to give you just simple examples of these 7 main steps which has been taken. First of all, informing populations. I gave you example of the information campaign which was successful as a pilot study. Second one is improving the training level of specialists. Russia now is implementing professional standard of medical microbiology, and hopefully it will be approved this year. So we'll start to prepare completely new specialists which will deal with this problem. Improving measures to prevent and limit the spread and circulation of pathogens with AMR. Also, what is incredibly important, and I will give you a couple examples as a couple last slides on systematic monitoring of spread of antimicrobial resistance as our example. Study mechanism of resistance, basically improving measures to prevent infections, and again, 7th part, which is incredibly important, and I would like to congratulate organizers of this conference, that interdepartmental and actually international collaboration is a crucial part of actually any activities within the field of AMR. So I will give you last example of our own implemented measure. So basically different AMR surveillance system exist, and we developed ours, which called AMR Map. You can see the website, Antimicrobial Resistance Surveillance in Russia, which is incredibly interesting and unique product, which doesn't have analogies in the world right now. Basically, we're showing the trends, real figures of resistances within the 71 cities within the Russian Federation. And you can see that actually how, changed number of participants within this study, and we have, as I mentioned, 71 cities. What is new about the data sources? Basically, what is crucially important, that we have not only qualitative, we have quantitative data, which allowing us not only to obtain clear-cut resistance level within specific cities and regions, but also allows us to predict what will happen, and also combining this with the consumption data, with the molecular data, basically provide the best approaches to the choice of antimicrobials. And again, we can see that key functionalities include potentially also interactive maps and other projects which might be used using this map. Of our further development, we're actually looking at the phenotypes, looking at the genotypes. We have developed specific system of S&P typing, and also in the nearest future, basically S&P typing now includes the data on more than 4,000 Acinetobacter baumannii, on more than 2,700 Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and more than 2,000 Klebsiella pneumonia. So generally, we actually translating the phenotypic, genotypic data into the decision making, and we also developing a system of support of certainly making a decision. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next development within the country will be developing AMR Cloud, which is a web-based platform for analysis and sharing of antimicrobial resistance surveillance data. And I would like to call upon you to potentially start using this product. And again, because we already have quite a good experience, including international experience in using this. So generally, this platform is open web platform that allows users to manage, multiply AMR project and data sets, import metadata, and analyze the results directly from Excel of CSV type, automatically determine clinical SIR categories, exploring data using smart filters, export statistics and infographics, and also generate web links and share results depending on the user activity. So, ladies and gentlemen, generally Russian Federation has something to offer world, and I will give you just one simple example from human medicine. And again, but I would like finishing my presentation to say that international collaboration in this field is actually crucial. What is importance of surveillance? The measure is to know. If you cannot measure it, you can't improve it, which has been said by Lord Kelvin, and I would like to strongly support this. The need to measure, we need to look at molecular genetics, but we need to translate this knowledge into the concrete measures. If we will be successful at least on 75%, we will fight against AMR resistances very successfully. Thank you very much for your attention.
I would like to thank Professor Kozlov for his talk, and I think that the lack of knowledge among population leads to increasing of antibiotic resistance. And we will continue. The next talk will be given by Professor Jie Fan. She is from the State Key Laboratory of Microbial Resources of Chinese Academy of Science. And her talk will be predication of beta-lactam resistance phenotype in Streptococcus pneumonia using supervised machine learning. And after short video profile, Professor Jie Fan will give her talk.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. It's my thank you for your invitation. It's my honor to take part in the One Health conference. Okay. I want to share the screen. How to do it? Hello. Okay. The title of my presentation is Prediction of Beta-lactamase resistance phenotype in Strep pneumonia using supervising machine learning. So by the spread dissemination of antimicrobial resistance genes among pathogens posed a clinical super challenging. WHO make the global priority list of the antibiotic resistance bacteria to guide research. Just like last speaker said, in the 2015, if the world fail to control the resistance, and the top will access the 10 million and have a greater loss of money. So how to combine with antibiotic resistance and faster antimicrobial susceptible testing is needed. But now we use classical phenotypic AST method. This method based on the cultivation of target pathogen, that was regarded as a gold standard. However, this method usually takes several days, including sample process, which often defer the immediate treatment decision. It is not rapid AST. Genotypic AST have now occupied an increasing important diagnostic niches, which aim to provide the right AST result, such as the qPCR and the CHIRP. In addition, whole genome sequencing of culture microorganism or direct metagenomic sequencing of clinical material is having been proposed as a next generation genotype AST because of the development of the technology. However, the drawback of genomic is there imperfect correlation between presence of antibiotic genes or mutation with their phenotype. How we have a good correlation between the genes and phenotype? This is what we want to solve this problem. Machine learning can be a method to solve this problem. Now, various machine learning methods can be used to discover the knowledge as well as make a prediction or decision from complex biological and medical data sets. Let's treat bacterial resistance as a mathematical problem. Now we put the genotype, such as a variation in their DNA motif, and we have a model. Then we have a phenotype. Now we will need to know find what is F. Several scientists have done research use the method such as this one. The scientists based on the WGS whole genome sequence and MIC of more than 600 gonorrhea strains, and using the multivariate regression to predict antibiotic susceptible. In fact, they got the good result for these 3 antibiotics, but not for the others. The limitation is because they use a small data size. The target pathogen I study is strep pneumonia. Strep pneumonia is the most common human respiratory pathogen, caused mainly pneumonia, acute otitis media, and bacterial vaginosis. It can cause the severe infection of children and old people. Beta-lactamase antibiotics has been applied to treat infection caused by the strep pneumonia for decades. However, the incidence of penicillin non-susceptible pneumonia has markedly escalated worldwide. In some countries, the ratio is exceed 20%. Let's look at the mechanism of the antibiotic beta-lactamase antibiotic resistance in pneumonia. The classical mechanism is to penicillin and other beta-lactamase in pneumonia is a modification penicillin binding protein, abbreviated PBP protein. This enzyme involved the final step of bacterial cell synthesis. When the antibiotic binding this protein and resulting in the reducing peptide glycines and resulting in the integrity of bacterial cell wall. There is three PBP proteins in strep pneumonia. There are 6, and 3 of them contribution to the beta-lactamase. So it's named 1A, 2X, and 2B. But sometimes we can tell the resistance according to the mutation of mutation of a specific site. But it's not the case of the strep pneumonia. When we look at the sequence of these PBP proteins, we found it's very diverse. Their mosaic gene structure indicate the existence of interspecies recombination event and adaptive evolution of these PBP proteins. So there is a greater challenge how we use this sequence to find this phenotype. This is what we well done in this study. Our study began from the analysis of the phenotype and the genotype of pneumonia from our collection. This is a phylogenetic tree based on the PBP protein. The color represents the susceptibility to the cephaloxime. We found the susceptible strain clustered together. This is the tree. This is another tree, and we found the susceptible to the amoxicillin strain cluster 2. It is suggestive that amino acid sequence have a strong correlation with resistance phenotype. Then we found the data set from the Li available on the data in the database. This data set including PPP sequence from more than 4,000 Streptomonia strain, and also including the corresponding MIC value. First, we use the equation to handle this data accuracy by comparing the antibiotic resistance category between experimental measure and the predicted value. And the value is from 0.991 to 0.867. Then we use then we split the label data set was readily split into 18% training set and 20% testing set. We use phone models to detect our model and the experimental MIC. In fact, the phone models were equally well. We cannot tell them, but however, the foreign model doesn't need consider numerator of amino acid. So later we will use this model to predict. And okay, next thing we think, okay, this is too long. We need three protons. The three protons cover the 600 base pair. We need a shorter sequence, short fragment to finish the test. So we analyze the unlabeled data from the database. It is about 600 available in the ACBI database. When we look at this figure, we found some amino acid local in PPP is very conserved, but others is not. So we found this amino acid local can be separated into high variance and low variance category. So we use this separate bordering was assumed to be the first local minimum of that density curve as shown in this figure. And then we use this equation to found another found amino acid local with a high coefficient of determination to label the MIC. And then we compare the HCD and HAVS and found the HAVS are those locals contributing most to the variance of MIC. Others, we did another thing. We use the we use the HAVS as the input features to predict the MIC, and there is no loss of prediction power by reducing the model feature from the whole whole PPP sequence to the HAVS. Okay, then we think, okay, maybe this amino acid have oscillation. If we have oscillation, we only select a very short sequence to represent the whole sequence. Then we do the operation correlation analysis. There is a lot of pairs have a very strong correlation. So according to the correlation, we select 215 amino acid fragment in PBP2X and to predict the MIC. And the result showed we have a very good result. It means that we have Streptomonia, then we have one Sanger sequencing, one action, one reaction of Sanger sequencing, and put this sequence into our model, and then we will predict the MIC. We will know the susceptible, intermediate, or resistance. If it is true, so we do the we did the experimental variation of the performance of our SL model. You know there is 8,000 strep pneumonia genomes in NCBI database. According to this strain's PBP sequence, we predict their resistance or susceptible. Full isolate was randomly selected, where 3 of them were predicted as resistant to 2, and 1 predicted as susceptible to CFX and AMO. This is a strain from different country and isolated in different time. Then we did a transformation. We transformation the fragment from the resistant strain into the R6. It is a susceptible strain, and you can see compared to the R6, the trisomer format increase a lot of resistance to the beta lactamase. But not for the amino C. So we transformed another gene PBP2B into this strain, and we got a very high resistance to this. This one. This is then we analyzed the serotype and the resistance among the 8,000 strep pneumonia in NCBI database, and we predict there is 1,515 resistance CFX strain, and more than 12 resistant to the AMO. We analyzed the serotype, and we found there is about 10 serotype, not included in the vaccine serotype, especially 13.5B. Because half of strain of 13.5B are resistant to the CFX, so we suggest maybe this serotype should be including into the serotype of the vaccine. So it is a very simple story. We try to use the new method to combine the antibiotic resistance. I think we need to cooperate and find a different way to combine the resistance. Let us have a better future. Thank you for attention. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Jie Feng, for your talk. And I think that machine learning can be a very useful tool for prediction of antibiotic resistance. We will continue with a talk from Professor Maria Gergel, and she is the Deputy Director of the Federal Service for Veterinary and Phytosanitary Surveillance of Rossельхознадзор, and her talk will be about veterinary monitoring of antimicrobial resistance in the Russian Federation. After a short video introduction, Professor Maria Gergel will give her talk.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I kindly ask the organizers to let me share my screen.
Сейчас, погодите, сейчас я могу позиции. Это закройте второй раз.
Разрешите представить вашему вниманию.
What I want to share with you today is our vision of veterinary monitoring of antimicrobial resistance in Russian Federation. Antibiotics, as many other antimicrobial substances, are widely used in human medicine and veterinary. In the recent years, they've saved millions of lives, but already in the 40s of the 20th century, we've had first messages about resistance to antibiotics. In a global scale, the WHO says that this figure of resistant people is constantly growing. What makes it even more complicated that resistant bacteria are spread all over the world, and those can come from human being, animal, food products, and many other environmental products. Of course, the most dangerous factor here is the uncontrolled usage of antimicrobial substances in prevalence programs as well. The program to control that exists in many developed and developing countries of the world. I want to mention that in a number of industrialized countries, we see the decreasing figures of resistance, thanks to those national programs to fight antimicrobial resistance. There were several studies that have proven that the program is there and it exists in veterinary medicine of every country of the world. The environment, together with animals and humans, is an intrinsic component of our One Health approach. This approach is adopted in many countries of the world, as well as by WHO and FAO. That's the approach that helps us to fight the antimicrobial resistance. The usage of antibiotics in agriculture, in animal production, actually changes the whole landscapes, changes the content of soils, changes the content of deposits and waters, and etc., you name it. What influences the spread of those bacteria? Actually, the way we discharge waters, the way we recycle the waste. The clinically significant antimicrobial substance, some of them can be transmitted from pathogenic microorganisms from some animals living in the environment. So we can actually consider the usage of antibiotics in the agriculture and animal production as a main factor to growth of that contributes to growth of resistance. In Russian Federation, we have two key documents that define our Russian efforts that we apply to fight that resistance. First, the strategy to prevent the antimicrobial resistance in Russian Federation for the period till 2030. And the second one is a national roadmap to implement the strategy mentioned above, and the roadmap is for the period till 2024. I represent here State Federal Budgetary Institution, the GNKI, is very actively working on implementation of those two documents. We implement in practice the roadmap activities. We suggested and developed and suggested our classification of antimicrobial products in veterinary. We suggested to classify them into 4 classes, A, B, C, and D. The A are the ones that are forbidden to use in veterinary. The B are the ones that are based on the basis of APIs that are widely used in veterinary and human medicine and are allowed to use on animals if those from the C group are not efficient. C group is the first line treatment, and D are products that are used to prevent the outbreaks of diseases in the specific periods. For example, coccidiostatics and antiparasite medicinal products. The practical implementation of the national strategy to fight resistance includes the national collection of antibiotic resistant strains of microorganisms. We also developed the whole set of methodologies for screening immunochemical definition of basically all the existing antimicrobial substances that are used all over there in medicine: colistin, fluoroquinolones, and cephalosporins. Also, there is an ongoing R&D work that is called veterinary monitoring of bacterial resistance to antimicrobial products, and also figuring out what are the main factors for that development. The main goals of our work are as following: veterinary monitoring of bacteria produced from raw material and animal production, as well as environmental projects. The second goal is to develop a methodology to find out the resistance gene. That is specifically the PCR methodology that helps us to define the resistance to the main classes. Also, the multi-resistance can be found out with this methodology. The main objectives that we have within that R&D work that we do: we select the raw materials production, we do swabs from bird bodies, we select biomaterials from the producing animals, and we also take samples from the environment. We verify sensitivity and define the sustainability of the existing microorganism to antibacterial products. We also produce and identify microorganisms. We also study genetic determinants of this resistance of those isolates that we collect, and we also study the genetic determinants at the microbiome level. So we do swabs, we collect samples, we use different molecular and genetic methods to do that. Other set of objectives here: well, we select the target genes that we will in the future use for express diagnostics of resistance to the main groups of antimicrobial products, and as well to use those for multi-resistance, for example. The second objective in this set is to optimize the PCR procedure, also selection and synthesis of specific primers and other technologies, also validation of every methodology that we have. What are the equipments that we use? We mostly use classical methodologies, bacteriological studies, classification of microorganisms using different methodologies. You can see them on the slide over here. We also test the sensitivity. To test the sensitivity, we use the international methodology involving the broth with the minimal allowed concentration. In order to do molecular and genetic studies, we do genetics analyzers for sequencing. We use the MySeq system and Minion system from Oxford Nanopore. We also use the rotor-genome, for example, for molecular sequencing. The international harmonized method to solution in the broth with the minimal allowed concentration. We use that on several groups of materials. Those are food products like meat, dairy, something like that. And we use also biomaterials from producing animals and environmental products. We also, in the course of this work, we select 6 specific types of bacteria: E. coli, Salmonella. You can see them on the slide. And there are 30 antibiotics from 12 classes that we use. Here you can see on the slide there are 30 main tested antibiotics. They are all here. In 2020, we have selected about 1,500 isolates. We've selected them from different regions of Russian Federation. You can see them on the slide. We've covered all the territory of the country. We've also selected them from different types of producing animals: chicken, swine, and large cattle, also horses, by the way. At this slide, you can see the percentage and the shares of microorganisms we've found. All in all, we've studied 408 different bacterial isolates. The majority of them is the Salmonella. Enterococcus and Campylobacteria are accounted for about 1/10 of this pie diagram. Depending on the kind of animal, the majority of isolates we found from chicken and large cattle. Campylobacteria we found mostly in swine and large cattle, and basically all the isolates that we've gotten from sheep and ducks were, well, salmonella related. As I told you already, territorially, geographically, we covered all the country, and the majority of isolates were found in Novosibirsk region. This diagram demonstrates the epidemiological sustainability of isolates E. coli that we found all over the country. The share of sustainable isolates is quite big, more than 50%, and those are resistant to such substances as levofloxacin, ciprofloxacin, tetracyclines, and other substances. About 84% of tested isolates are resistant to the substance, to one of those substances. What concerns us the most is the resistance of E. coli to merophenic. This is as antibiotics from a reserved group, which has never been registered for use in veterinary medicine in Russian Federation. Now, let's talk a bit more about epidemiological resistance of Salmonella isolates. There is quite a high level of resistance here, more than 50% to such antibiotics as levofloxacin and ciprofloxacin. The overall number of tested isolates amounted to 100. Quite a big number of Salmonella isolates demonstrated resistance to azithromycin. That's quite an important antibiotic in the industry. Equally as it was true for Salmonella, for E. coli, we've seen isolates resistant to meropenem. All the isolates resistant to meropenem we've taken from chicken, from layers. For them, the figure was 4%, if I'm not mistaken. At this slide, you can see the epidemiological resistance of Campylobacter bacteria. Here, 47.5% of isolates demonstrated resistance to ciprofloxacin. 55% of isolates were resistant to doxycycline, and the 60% were resistant to tetracycline. This slide, epidemiological resistance of Enterococcus. I can outline quite a high level of resistant isolates to mocrofloxacin for 57% of tested isolates, doxycycline, ritromycin, tetracycline, trimethoprim. Here the resistant isolates were more than 70%. And also, I want to outline that 36% of all the Enterococcus isolates demonstrated resistance to rifamycin, which is a very important antibiotics for antimicrobial medicine. Well, what else? I want to outline here that an overall number of multi-resistant strains of microorganism here is constantly growing. Let us compare 2020 with 2019. The number of poly-resistant strains, the ones that are resistant to several groups of antibiotics at the same time, has grown by 5%. Among microorganisms group, we still have Salmonella as a leading one. In Salmonella, we have the biggest number of multi-resistant strains. The VGNKI is using the One Health approach, and within this approach, we started our cooperation with R&D Center for Antimicrobial Chemotherapy from Smolensk. This is one of the leading labs for study of bacterial sensitive to antimicrobial drugs. In 2019, this R&D center has developed the one-of-a-kind online platform for analysis, visualization, and data exchange for antibiotic resistance, AMAR Cloud. You can see it over here. On this platform, we've launched an open project demonstrating the results of our R&D work. We've used all of the data we've collected on antibiotic resistance here in veterinary medicine. This project is open. It is available. You can see the links over here. You can Google it using the AMR map. You can see Russian or English version. So it's all there. Please, you can get acquainted with the information that I presented in my last slide. One of the key areas of our work, another one, is the development of express diagnostics method. So we can expressly find the resistant genes. We validated the methodologies to find the genes that code the beta-lactamase, the CTX-M and CMI. And we've also validated the methodology to find the gene of resistance to colistin, MCR1. Those are to be used for penicillin, cephalosporin, and others. The methodologies were applied to food products, to animal products, and also to environmental products. So those are really express methods. We don't really need to obtain any isolates. We can expressively identify whether there is a resistant strain or isolate. We've also developed, validated, and approved the methodology to find out the ESI-like plasmide for Salmonella enterica that also carries the resistance gene, which is applied to different classes of antibiotics. We have deposed and applied for patents of 3 different strains of Salmonella bacteria. Our institution has a status of cooperating company with World Organization for Animal Health. We cooperate for food safety, diagnostics, and fight with veterinary diseases for Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and Caucasus countries. So we prepare plans and roadmaps for all of those territories for the veterinary medicine. Also, I want to underline that there is an alternative to antimicrobial drugs. Currently, we are developing a product, the bacteriophage, that might be used for prevention and treatment of Salmonella in swine.
Предлагаемые совместные мероприятия, и мы проводим образовательные программы, уже реализовано.
Another of our activities is educational course. We've already launched 3 courses for education of our specialists on antibiotic resistance and measures to contain it. We are very active in cooperation with state veterinary services of CIS member states, for example, those countries that are involved in the implementation of the strategy I mentioned above, those countries that put their efforts to contain the resistance to antimicrobial organisms and antimicrobial drugs. The topic is crucially important, and only this unified approach and international cooperation will make it possible for us to achieve success. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for inviting me here. It was a pleasure to talk to you here at the symposium. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Gegel, for the detailed overview of veterinary monitoring in Russia. And our next presentation is modern aspects of containment and control of antibiotic resistance of microbial food contaminants in Russia. This talk will be given by Professor Svetlana Shevelova. She is the head of the Laboratory for Biosafety and Microbiome Analysis, Federal Research Center of Nutrition and Biotechnology. First, we will see the short video profile of Professor Shevelova, and then she will give a talk.
Dear colleagues, thank you for inviting me to speak at this very high-level event. Let me start with some common knowledge. Antibiotics resistance and ABR is a problem often subnational level. That is a threat to the development and the health of people. We've said already a lot about the mechanisms of how it actually develops. I want to underline once again, there are plenty of negative consequences of ABR, but that is an intrinsic part of One Health agenda. I want to once again underline it. Today, we're facing the epidemics of non-infectious diseases of our population. And this epidemics was caused by changes in microbiome. And ABR plays an important role here because the ABR brings down the diversity of microbial communities and causes dysbiosis. Today, these problems made scientists and practitioners from all over the world pay their attention to two key priorities. We have a couple of critically important priorities. First of them, microorganisms. Microorganisms that have to be studied in the first place. There are 12 microorganisms. Minimum 6 of them can be present in food product and can contaminate it actually. Also, I'm talking about the list of critically important medicinal products. I believe that the main attention during the monitoring and control of ABR should be concentrated on this list. The main attention obviously should be paid to critically important medicinal products of main priorities, cephalosporin of third and 5th generation, peptides, and many others. In my presentation, I will elaborate a bit more about why I consider these two lists a priority. Well, it's not a secret to anybody that One Health concept is probably the unique way to save ourselves from this threat, because that's what makes it possible for us to jointly elaborate programs and research methods that would help us to improve population health on a national and international level. At the same time, we can solve the ABR problem. Still, our conscience links the antibiotics resistance with the human health, right? Because the direct influence of antibiotics to human organism and systems, in the first place, it induces the resistant agents, and it actually causes very serious difficulties in treatment. But nevertheless, we shall not forget that the food sector and the animal sector, as well as environmental state, are also contributors to and also sources of those antimicrobial resistance genes. They also contribute to their transmission. I want to underline once again the main AMR consequences are seen in medicine. That is true, but we shall not stop at that. There is still a lot of discussion about scientists who makes bigger contribution in this problem. Is it medicine, or is it food manufacturing or agriculture? We still don't know that. At this slide, we can see what are the main ways to combat the ABR. Well, it's actually deterrence or prevention of proliferation or circulation control. What are the main composition parts of these priorities? They are equally important, and we see here medicine and food sector contributing equally. But let's not forget that medicine is, while contributing, looking for a solution to ABR. But medicine is looking for a solution on a local level in some very specific medical institutions that strive to increase the efficiency of the treatment. But let's have a look at the food sector and antibiotics-related processes there. We see that antibiotics are widely used for treatment and prevention for large herds of animals. Also, antibiotics are used in food sector to stimulate the growth of healthy animals. The ABs are used to improve the manure recycling. All in all, that brings the problem to a global level. That's why the coordination is so important. Altogether, we have to pay enough attention to food sector. Here is the results of the studies of ABR and the comparison of different ABRs in different sectors. What we can see here is that both clinical and food isolates have more or less similar resistance levels. The figures here are more or less the same. Have a look over here, 2-3%, and up to 100% for some groups of antimicrobial products. And let's not forget that today data demonstrates that the use of antibiotics in agriculture demonstrates once again that they really prevail. They really contribute more than medicinal practice. Up to 80% of world antibiotics might actually be currently used to treat and stimulate the growth of agricultural animals. Russian Federation pays special attention to that prevention of ABR. Russian Federation is not only working on the scientific studies level, it also works on the state level. My colleague has already mentioned today that there are at least 2 strategies that incorporate those challenges. We have the strategy to prevent IBR, and we have another strategy to improve the quality of food product in Russian Federation. Moreover, the government of Russian Federation has supported the project Russia FAO, this joint project with FAO that would include action to prevent ABR together with other CIS countries. The majority of national documents that aim to control the AB resistance are still dedicated to medical sphere. Our main goal now is to eliminate this disbalance. To control the resistance, the AB resistance in food sector, we use a whole set of regulatory documents. There is one thing we have to remember about, though. The development of recommendations of how to define the sensitivity of microorganisms to antimicrobial drugs. And we actually have to step away from clinical isolate specification. Here is the slide that I used to demonstrate the structure of monitoring of how is it actually going with AB resistance in the Russian Federation. Our colleagues have told us a lot about clinical isolates monitoring, the ones that we receive from humans and from animals. How about microbes that we've isolated from food products? I mentioned already the Russia FAO product. There is this joint project that helps to structure this monitoring for food isolates. It is monitoring the residual amount of antibiotics and antibiotics resistance of bacteria in food, raw materials, and food products. This slide, what you can see is the main framework that is being used within this partnership. Everything that we plan and everything that we implement in practice shall contribute to the mitigation of those risks, because the risks are still there. We have to take measures to eliminate the ABR in a food chain. How about the risk-oriented approach? Currently, all over the world, we really lack the data about the ABR in agriculture and the ABR in food sector. this is what makes it really more difficult to fight the ABR. This is what really complicates the whole monitoring process all over the industry. Because that's what we need to plan our work. In 2019, Russia joined the FAO and WHO project for integrated monitoring and surveillance 2019. The key priority here is to consider the medically significant criteria to evaluate the ABR, and also consider the priority of pathogens in the control of antimicrobial resistance, with an emphasis on the types of those microbes that most often contaminate food, when establishing adequate bacterial indicators for the control of antimicrobial resistance. I'm talking here about such microorganisms as E. coli, coliforms, Enterococcus, and Streptococcus aureus, and some others, as well as pathogens, actually, because still when end customer uses the final product, they get with them those indicated microbes. At this slide, we also demonstrate the importance of studying the antimicrobial resistance to critically important AMAPs. So, a new gene that codes the resistance to Van-C, to, Enterococcus here, it has been found in chickens, and as a result, we see quite a big figures over here. It has been proven already that this gene and microorganism has been found in humans as well. Moreover, when we select the food products for antimicrobial resistance monitoring, we have to set their priorities as well. It has to be first an integrated food chain, and you don't want to pay attention only to raw products, but you have also be very attentive to processed food as well. Also, not only products of animal origin have to be included here. Actually, the plant-based products should also be included. We know the manure problem that has been there already in 2011. Remember the outbreak of scoliosis in Germany. The scheme that I demonstrate on this slide includes actually the possible monitoring scheme. And you see here different bacteria that might be used, and with all the possible future methods. The control should be there also in processed products as well, but we have to consider the properties of the remaining residual microbiota, because in any case they will react to antimicrobial resistance even after they have been processed. I have given you several examples over here. I would only ask you to pay your attention to the table at the bottom of the slide. Here we've added the sub-inhibited, bringing lower levels of nisin over here, and we've compared nisin with aggravated doses. And you can see the induced development of Enterococcus over here. Can you see here what is happening? And this is actually quite an important consequences. So the resistance monitoring cannot be limited to the raw material only. It has to include the processed products. That's probably the most important slide in my presentation. So far, we do not have a clear understanding of how we can control the determinants of antibiotics resistance for food isolates, and how is this product actually different from clinical isolates. I want you to think about the fact that we can't really compare them 100%. Well, at least for one reason, because antimicrobial products in agriculture are used in completely different conditions. First, there is a disproportion in the spectrum of products used in the agriculture. And there is also a long-term prevalence of tetracyclines. At the right part of the slide, you can see the slide from the Animal Health Organization. And you can see here tetracyclines. Have a look at those figures. How big is the prevalence of the tetracyclines in comparison with others? It's about 40% of cases. Tetracyclines induces in bacteria all the processes of antimicrobial resistance. So that's the responsible guy here. Besides, low doses of AMP that enter the animal body, they serve as signal molecule, and they stimulate all the existing processes of transition. Also, there are pollutants in the food chain, of course, and it has been proven that these coat again together on cancers together with resistance to antibiotics, and they cause the co-resistance and cross-resistance as well. Here you can see the isolate of Campylobacterium demonstrated the resistance in more than 60% of the strains. More than 60% of those strains have demonstrated resistance in the range from 2 to 8 antimicrobial products. You see this pie chart of antimicrobial resistance? Its main characteristics is co-resistance and cross-resistance. I mean, this cannot be compared to medicine. For example, in Pavarotti strain, we can disregard it. But despite the fact that some of the strains that can be found in food products, they do contain the genes of our hospital agents, but still that's the result of the evolution. We do agree that in its majority, the mechanisms of resistance formation lead to development of co-resistant strains. And well, at the end of the day, we have new agents and new risk factors in food and environment. So the main objective of this object monitoring is to prove the transmissive role of it. So we have to evaluate the gene mobile elements. We have to evaluate the possibility of co-resistance and also the ways to protect the microbiota. I have to hurry up now. What I want to share with you is the following. What is our plan for the future? How can we actually contain the resistance? We have to improve the methodology to establish the acceptable daily intake as one of the measures to contain the resistance in the food sector. I'm talking about the maximum accessible level. Currently, this methodology is using the definition of minimal inhibiting concentration. So the amount of substance that inhibits the growth of sensitive microbes. What we see here right now, resistance and other resistance-related problems are actually caused by the doses that could be 10 times smaller than this inhibiting concentration. So this is not enough, obviously. These approaches have to be reviewed. We have this knowledge, this has to be reviewed. And we have to calculate new so-called selective concentration. The concentration that is already enough to cause the resistance, not only in the agent actually, but in the representative of the intestine microbiota. This has to be the main base for calculation of an acceptable daily intake. We've been working a lot in this area, and we've developed the recommendations and guidelines that we've sent to Rospotrebnadzor, and we'll be happy if you give us feedback on our document. There are other tasks for future methodological work. My colleague have mentioned that already. We have to keep working on the development of guidelines and recommendations with all those very specific figures. Here you can see like the breakpoint for and clinical cutoff points for ciprofloxacin for salmonella. You can see here what's the clinical breakpoint here. So we have to keep working, obviously. Actually, the data that we have today is based on the figures from the final stage, and all that we do is already non-efficient over here. Also, we have to develop and validate the methods for multi-detection of resistance in processed foods. I've already presented 5 methods here, and we keep working on that. And that will probably be my last slide. In January this year, our institute has suggested an amendment to the joint plan for CIS member states. We've made a contribution that had to do with prevention of multi-resistance. We suggested that we should include in this cooperation all the relevant institutions from CIS member states. There are already CIS guidelines that should be used better in practice. It should be one of our priorities because that's what we can use to limit the spread of this resistance. As it is said in the above-mentioned list, this has to be done for all the classes. Clinically non-diagnosed infections, it is crucially important to control the spread of clinically important infections. And it's critically important for the treatment of clinically diagnosed infections. That's all for me. Thank you for my attention. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shevelova, for this informative talk. And let me introduce next speaker, Dr. Sabir Majumdar. He is from National Institute of Animal Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology of India. And he will talk about convergence of medical and veterinary scientists to tackle zoonosis and AMR hurdles and way forward. So after video profile, Dr. Majumdar will give his talk.
Good afternoon, and I thank Dr. Sabri and from the President of Russian Academy of Science and also the Don State Technical University. And I'm really grateful and I'm really enjoying this. I'll try to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Okay. So I'll be talking about convergence of the medical and veterinary scientists to tackle zoonosis and AMR, hurdles and the way forward. And I am from National Institute of Animal Biotechnology, Hyderabad, India. So we know that these are the kind of emerging diseases out of which several are unspecified. Some of them are zoonotic from non-wildlife and some of them are zoonotic from wildlife. And this is the way we have seen that it is spread all over country, and these are the records of new emerging diseases events. However, most of the reports are from Europe and America. Not much reporting is done from tropical countries, and more is expected to be done here. So we all know that where the pathogens come from, mostly from the livestock or pet animals and the wild animals, but the main person for which we are all concerned in addition to animals are human. that how animal health along with human health has to be taken care together. And there are drivers of this pathogen is spillover, frankly speaking, and it can be agricultural practices, socioeconomic practices, trade, cultural practices, international travel, or transboundary movement of the animals, ecotourism, and several other things which are very, very important. But all of them are going to affect the human and animal health equally, and it will lead to loss of food, loss of income. And they can, once these diseases happen, they can give you secondary diseases also. That's also very, very important to notice. Now, in addition to this, we have to remember that there are a lot of foodborne diseases which can come either from the plants or aquatic or the land animals. But all of these are the problems of medical practitioners, because either there will be diarrheal diseases or helminths or invasive infectious disease agents or chemicals and toxins. So basically, medical practitioners are sometimes astonished at what's going on, and it is difficult for them to really correlate the diseases sometimes. Yesterday only, Dr. Anthony Fauci from White House, USA said concerning India's situation that the only way that you are going to adequately respond to global pandemic is by having a global response, and a global response means equity throughout the world. You want to have the capability of better surveillance internationally, so that whatever is coming up and emerges in a given country, there is not big delay in recognizing the issue and getting it going on throughout the world. So these are the major concerns of a doctor, that whether the diseases are coming from zoonotic or it is from the community or healthcare workers, and there is no way that a doctor does not need a support to really find out what's happening. The growing level of the antimicrobial resistance among the pathogens remains a major concern in both human and animal health. CDC reports that in USA about 23,000 deaths are occurring, and 2 million illnesses are due to the antimicrobial resistant infection. Antimicrobial resistance is a threat to modern medical care. So many of our advanced procedures such as cancer chemotherapy, organ transplantation, prosthetic devices, implants depend on the ability to prevent and treat infections occurring due to these procedures. And advanced technologies may be failed because of the microbes. Increased antibiotic resistance threatens to put us back at the pre-antibiotic era, when common bacterial infections were deadly because effective treatments were not available. So we are all going to the same situation. In addition to human-animal interaction, many foodborne diseases, hospitalization and deaths are caused by pathogens of animal origin. Since most outbreaks of the zoonotic disease occur in tropical regions devoid of local surveillance and diagnostics and response capacities, the role of the international collaboration and reference centers are likely going to expand, requiring larger number of the trained, experienced veterinary and medical personnel with greater understanding about both human as well as animal morbidity and threat to life due to such diseases. How veterinarians can extend help? Most private veterinary practitioners or sometimes government veterinary practitioners contribute to public health, that is human, during the routine practice. Both large and small animal practitioners become skilled diagnosticians for acute and chronic diseases of animals that may affect the owners and their families and the surrounding communities. Specific examples of public health activities include performing routine health examinations by the veterinarians, maintaining immunization regimes, implementing parasitic control program, and also advising locally human on the risk of the animal contacts for immunocompromised individuals. Communities are best served when veterinarians approach collective health issues with a herd health, consider human also in the herd of everyone staying around, perspective, applying relevant epidemiologic principles. In addition to these direct services, veterinary practitioners report disease events and trains to state public health and regulatory agencies, collaborate with human medical counterparts on zoonotic diseases, and advise local health boards and commissioners. This can be done by veterinarians, and they can be a great help to serve the cause of veterinary zoonotic disease. How medical doctors can help? Looking at unresolved diseases in the hospital with a doubtful eye of zoonotic disease, consider potential of zoonosis, report immediately in central portal about symptoms of the diseases and list of failed treatments, contact veterinary center immediately to co-opt vets for diagnosis of the disease and probable route of transmission, ensure surveillance of family and neighborhood of the patient who has come to the hospital to detect and restrict the further transmission. Share experience and success of handling such situation with other medical centers, encouraging them to do so as they have done successfully. Building on the information from public health surveillance, research institution must follow with a greater understanding of the interaction between hosts, parasites, vectors, pathogens, and the environment. Establishing a causal link between the human and animal disease relies on such research efforts, often through some combination of molecular studies, mathematical theory, experimental epidemiology, using either field or laboratory research. So medical doctors in many countries are really not taught to link the above factors while assessing condition of a patient coming to their clinics and hospital. This is a hardcore fact. Hence, there is an urgent need to increasingly involve multidisciplinary relationship between schools of medicine, veterinary medicine, sociology, and basic sciences. Enabling appropriate knowledge and awareness among the public requires a skillful blend of risk perception, risk awareness, especially because community stakeholders play significant roles in the risk resolution. Most epidemiologists are employed by government or industrial stakeholders that have not historically been viewed as valid educators of the veterinary and medical practitioners. So epidemiologists must be involved in such kind of upliftment of the services. A state veterinarian should be responsible for protecting the livestock, poultry, and aquaculture industries directly, and the public indirectly, through the prevention, early detection, containment, and eradication of economically important livestock, poultry, and fish diseases that in many cases are transmissible to people. So this is what should be the case, that people with working on environment, working on medical, and working on animals should come together. They should communicate, they should collaborate, and they should coordinate to keep the whole world intact. This is what the CDC Atlanta's figure. Studies of physicians reveal a limited awareness of the environmental health aspects of medical problems in the patient care setting, as well as low levels of awareness about prevention or treatment of zoonotic diseases. Therefore, there have been calls for training health professionals in systems thinking, think everything together, not only the patient, not only the books, to better prepare them to face this emerging disease issue. So it now seems timely to adapt and update the bio-psycho-social model into One Health framework that applies the same type of systems thinking to disease challenges in a rapidly changing global environment. So this is what is Ingalls' bio-psycho-social model, where from molecular, cellular, organ to person, and from person to family, community, and global society needs to be considered. And if you make it try to see it better, you have to ensure that whatever are important for human, that's taken care, that global society, community, family, in environment, biosphere, ecosystem, and vectors, and air, water, soil, microbes, and from animal, everything related to herd, global fauna, kinship of the groups, animals, and obviously the biology at the basal level will also come. So if you can think about everything together, I think you can find a better treatment of zoonotic diseases and better termination of these events at very early stage. Incorporating these competencies into medical education and training will require the design and implementation of the innovative curricula in medical education and training, service-oriented learning, experiences for medical students such as working in clinics staffed by veterinarians, and inquiring about the animal exposure of such clients. So a veterinarian can sit with a clinician in the OPD. A veterinary clinic could allow medical trainees to shadow veterinarians, while veterinary trainees could spend time shadowing in the human healthcare settings. That should be done at a student stage. Another preliminary step is to incorporate better animal contact histories into the teaching of the clinical interviewing, including the use of the standardized patient history checklist, which should be circulated and always updated as and when they find certain cases. Clinical electives for interested medical students to explore One Health approaches can be developed at zoos, slaughterhouses, near the medical school at least, and show promise for reinforcing One Health concept during clinical training. Maybe a separate specialty or degree in medical colleges can also be given. So that will be best if a medical practitioner goes and finds out how the animal's health is maintained and start from there. I will now come to the situation of the India. India had so many important zoonotic diseases and some of them transboundary diseases which occur in our bordering countries like Myanmar, Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan and China. And what we plan, we have got several committees and meetings that we have divided the whole work into three things in the country. One will be a group of people working on disease surveillance and forecasting. Another group should work on preparedness for and response to emerging diseases, which basically should also have platforms for rapid generation of monoclonal antibodies and humanized disease models, transgenic models of mice, etc. That is preparedness. Anytime a disease emerges, we should immediately have our antibodies for generating kits to detect disease and animal models to test therapeutics and vaccines. And also platforms for generating vaccines and prophylactics and therapeutics for any diseases. So actual status of the disease surveillance in India, if you go, data is available, but there are only certain pockets through which some data is available. It is not whole countrywide. Less coordination between animal and human sector. Wildlife almost ignored previously. Now it is picking up. Several diagnostic tests are available even within the country, but they need proper standardization and validation with respect to international standard, because we have to increase the affordability to really cover the whole country for the surveillance of various diseases. Need to collaborate with international experts in these fields to learn more from their experience. So at my institute, National Institute of Animal Biotechnology, on 3rd November, which is World One Health Day, last year we have just inaugurated a center for One Health, and with the immediate aim to initiate and strengthen surveillance system of zoonotic diseases in man and animals throughout the country, and also to address important transboundary animal diseases. In future, we want to create platforms for vaccines and disease model development, that is transgenic mice, etc., to respond to any emerging disease. Now we need to organize ourselves to establish a network of labs and centralized and field levels. That means in villages also, to estimate the prevalence and burden of diseases through serosurveillance using existing kits, or to standardize indigenous tests, developing neo-diagnostics if it is necessary, model the data for disease forecasting and assess the risk timely, to generate tools and reagents within the country, to stay connected globally with relevant to experts while doing all these things. So at present, we have chosen 10 zoonotic diseases and some transboundary diseases. Basis is on the basis of importance in animal-human interface, incidence and prevalence in India, and recent incursions and transboundary threats. So 2 bacterial, 2 rickettsial, 2 viral, 2 parasitic, and 2 foodborne diseases have been chosen, and ASF, PRIS, Nipah, and swine influenza are chosen for the transboundary diseases. So we have chosen less diseases because we want to focus on how medical and veterinary practitioners can come together, work closely, make common platforms. That is 50% of the job to be achieved, and 50% is how to work together addressing few diseases. So we have got 12 centers in several states, 6 veterinary and 5 medical, and we have a separate portion of the country where there is a transboundary disease coming in. So we call them as northeastern states. There we have 4 veterinary, 2 medical and 1 wildlife center, and we have 8 disease investigation units on the boundary, and we have got 1 project coordination and monitoring unit centrally placed. So we have divided the whole country, India, into several pieces. You can see where we have given the responsibility to various veterinary colleges to cover 3 or 4 states and look into the surveillance. We have taken a meat institute for foodborne diseases. We have taken an institute called as Nivedi for disease forecasting. We have taken a wildlife center which will be governing through northeastern state in Assam. And these are the medical centers. So various centers across the countries. So medical college will participate, medical hospitals will participate, and they will be part and parcel of this surveillance program. And with this, where we have the veterinary and medical centers, we have also planned to make some border post labs who will take care in the northern eastern states about our borders and try to keep a very close look at what kind of diseases are transferring across the border. The expected outcome is understanding of the pervasiveness of the select zoonotic and transboundary pathogens and their threat to animal and human health, together with veterinarians and medical practitioners. So I personally feel that the scope of cooperation between vets and medicos proposed should include support the concept of joint educational efforts between medical and veterinary schools, support cross-species disease surveillance and control efforts in order to prevent zoonotic disease, collaborate in the responsible use of antimicrobials with respect to making a critical antimicrobial list together for rational use in human and animals, enhance collaboration between medical and veterinary professionals in medical education, clinical care, public health, and biomedical research. Joint research and publications through common funding so that they enjoy the fruit of the hard work they are doing together in terms of joint research, and developing friendship and faith with boot camps of veterinary and medical practitioners from the very beginning so that they go along, they become friends, and they go along a long way to address the One Health issue together. With this, I will stop. And whenever you come to India, you can visit our institute called as National Institute of Animal Biotechnology. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Majumdar, for your talk. And the next presentation will be given by Professor Shkuratova. She will talk about monitoring system for antimicrobial resistance in agricultural enterprises. Again, after a short video profile, Professor Shkuratova will give her talk. Thank you.
Добрый день, уважаемые организаторы, уважаемые...
Distinguished organizers and distinguished participants of the conference. Today, I want to co-present of Lyudmila Shkuratova. My name is Irina Sokolova. There is another co-presenter for this study, Anna Krivanogova, PhD in Biological Sciences. It has been mentioned today several times. AMR is one of the dominating problems in medicine, agriculture, and ecology. Antibiotics in animal production is the needed measure to control the prevalence of the diseases. Industrial animal production means containing many animals in a scarce surface or facility, which brings up the resistance and stimulates the spread of microorganisms, that brings down the quality of production. The use of antibiotics to stimulate metabolism and to prevent the diseases is very spread in Russia, but it is forbidden in many countries of Europe and America because, it causes the resistance to antibiotics, and this might cause the spread of resistant strains. The research teacher data demonstrates that in Russia, the animals annually eat more than 3.5 million tons of antibiotics, both as for prevention and treatment and for growth-promoting products. The Eberkate research company has proven that the market size for antibiotics in Russia is more than $53 million. 80% of antibiotics are supplied from abroad. There are several factors that contribute to spread of antibiotic resistance. We have an uncontrolled use of antibiotics as well as chemical and biological agents in agriculture and in animal production and in crop production that actually leads to the increase on resistance of microorganisms, right? There are insufficient antimicrobial drugs that can prevent that problem. There is the disbalance of qualitative and quantitative composition of the normal microbiota of animals, and there is also contamination of different environments. An important problem is the lack of interdepartmental interaction, which leads to failure of prevention of the spread of antimicrobial resistance. To improve the protection of animals and to prevent the spread of those dangerous resistant strains, we need to use some comprehensive measures. They need to include both monitoring of resistance in livestock enterprises as well as further research of what is happening in human medicine as well. What are the main methods to determine the resistance to antibacterial products? Well, those are microbiological methods, those a disc method and the serial method, and there are other molecular methods that allow us to genetically identify the resistance mutations with the PCR equipment. This modern development of those methods gives us more information about genetic determinants of this resistance. What is available for monitoring in animal production? What are genes available for monitoring that define the antimicrobial resistance? We can outline such genes as BLA-DHA. It determines the resistance of Enterobacter towards cephalosporins of the third and fourth generation. Another gene, CTXM gene, which answers for enterobacterial resistance to first generation cephalosporins, the MEC-A gene that determines the resistance of Staphylococcus aureus to second generation cephalosporins, and the ERMB gene that determines the resistance of Staphylococcus and Staphylococcus to macrolides of the first generation. All of those genes are transmitted horizontally in its majority, except for MEC-A gene that is stably fixated in the genome of different strains of Staphylococcus aureus. In our institute, we've been studying this problem for a long time. This is one of the most promising research areas. The studies aim to monitor the spread of AMR on agricultural enterprises. Also, we study different loci of animal organisms. In particular, we study the microbiota of mammary gland and productive trend of large cattle because, well, antimicrobial products are widely used to prevent and treat inflammatory diseases of these two organs of animals. Microbiota of reproductive tract and mammary gland plays important role in microbiome of animals because first it can influence the fetus because it can transport the bacteria transplacentary, and also, well, during the labor actually. Also, the content of microbiome of the raw milk is an important factor. It can either contribute to safety or danger of milk, so that actually determines whether we can use this milk for food or further processing. We have to identify the isolates. We've been doing that quite a lot in different animals, and we know that the majority of isolates we can find in cows with the signs of inflammatory diseases of reproductive tracts, or at the same time, the cows that have at the same time inflammation of mammary gland and reproductive tracts. With no clinical signs of any inflammatory diseases, we also have seen those isolates, about 23% of the overall number of isolates. We've used the PCR to determine that in cervical swabs from the group of healthy animals, we saw bacterial genomes less than in control group with the clinical signs of pathologies of mammary gland, for example. Streptococcus genomes were only found in cervical swabs. In the milk, we never found them in cervical swabs. The monitoring of milk microbiota was also completed. We've collected samples from 5 regions of Russian Federation: Sverdlovsk, Kirovsk, Tyumensk, Chelyabinsk region, and Udmurt Republic. We've collected those, and we found out that the DNA of Staphylococcus and E. coli were the most popular in those samples. After completing the PCR of microorganisms extracted from cow milk, we've then tried to determine the resistance gene. what we found out is as following. 54% of bacteriological agents are actually carriers of different mutation gene that code the resistance to antimicrobial drugs. Out of those, BLA-DHA is responsible for the resistance, and it is protected with cephalosporins of third and fourth generation, and it was found in 87% of E. coli. Resistance gene to cephalosporins of the first generation, CTXM, was in 4.3% of E. coli. In 2% of the samples of DNA E. coli, we found two mutations at the same time, CTXM and BLA-DHA. ARMB gene, the first generation cephalosporin, we found in 22.8 samples of Staphylococcus and Streptococcus bacteria. The ARMP gene was more frequently found in Staphylococcus and way less frequently in Streptococcus, in 10% only, if I'm not mistaken. Resistance of Streptococcus aureus to cephalosporins of second generation was found in 32.4% of samples. So, the evaluation of genetic determinants of AB resistance demonstrated the dissemination of BLA-DHA gene, which is actually approved to potential resistance of E. coli to inhibitor-protected penicillins and cephalosporins of the third and fourth generation. A lower percentage of CTX-M gene was demonstrated that suggests a high efficiency of first-generation cephalosporins against E. coli. In summary, the results obtained demonstrate that the genetic determinant that the microorganisms isolated from cow's milk have acquired the determinants that make them resistant. The studies that were made with the use of classical diffuse methods, well, they have proven that the low resistance to tetracycline antibiotics have from 12 to 17% of all of Staphylococcus isolates. Highly active for those isolates are those antibacterial products from carbapenem groups. The Streptococcus mechanisms, they do have resistance to penicillins. All the Enterococcus isolates produced from the mammary gland of cows were tested with traditional test. The bacteria isolated from reproductive tract demonstrated low and intermediate sensitivity to doxycycline and rifampicin in other antibiotics. E. coli isolates were tested to different groups of antimicrobial drugs. In the majority, the bacteria that were selected from clinical materials in some, bacteriologically bad region. And well, there were several cases of poli resistance, and we found that the bigger percentage of strains that are resistant to 3 and more antimicrobial drugs, they do have the strains from animals from ecologically bad regions, up to 83% of isolates from Staphylococcus, 66% of isolates from E. coli, and about 50 plus Enterobacter, and about 50% of Staphylococcus aureus. The monitoring of antibiotics acceptability of strains of opportunistic microflora, it was conducted at animal production facilities in Sverdlovsk region, and we've built a map of agricultural holdings with multi-resisting strains of Staphylococcus aureus and pathogenic microflora. What we also did, we defined the structure of pathogenic and opportunistic microflora at livestock households of different tech areas. So we've defined a typical structure of microflora in the commercial dairy farm. Here we mostly have Enterococcus, Staphylococcus aureus, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and some other similar fungi, Candida albicans. In milking barns, well, Aereus vulgaris, also Fassum, such kind of strains. In milking barns, again, the same thing. E. coli, those previous were for the maternity pen, and in the milking barns, E. coli, fecalis, and epidermis. Also, we found the discrepancies in the microflora structure that was actually depending on the region, because the ecological situation was quite different in different regions. Also, we've developed the resistance passport that is now introduced in livestock enterprises. When we use that, we can bring down the number and the frequency of inefficient therapy and helps us to eliminate the costs for such a very expensive antibiotics. That is the example of how this passport can actually look like for enterprise. This passport was developed for every tech part of a livestock facility. And well, we've developed that one for a number of livestock facilities in Sverdlovsk region. What we wanted to demonstrate you today is that such kind of local monitoring and passport instrument and this kind of approach to fight antibacterial resistance, it can actually become an element of a regional monitoring system for AMR. I believe that can be used quite widely in agricultural enterprises. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you for your presentation. And we will continue now with a talk from Mr. Peter Hoskov. He is a technical officer of Food and Safety and Zoonotic Diseases in World Health Organization Health Emergencies Program. And his talk will be about One Health, an approach to address health risks in the human-animal environment interface. After video presentation of Mr. Peter Hoskov, he will give his talk. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this very important symposium today. Thank you very much to the Russian Academy of Science and to the Don University for inviting WHO to participate in this very important meeting. And I just confirm that you can see my screen. Great, I suppose that's a yes. So in my presentation today, I will take a little broader approach than just on antimicrobial resistance and look at how the One Health approach applies not only to antimicrobial resistance, but also to many other health threats in the animal, human and environment interface. So the One Health is an approach that is designed to implement programs, policies, legislation, and research in which multiple sectors communicate and work together to achieve better outcomes. So it applies to many different technical areas, including antimicrobial resistance, but also food safety and food security, the control of zoonotic diseases, neglected tropical diseases, and also environmental health. And in my presentation today, I will discuss a bit about how what is WHO's approach to One Health, how we organize ourselves, and how we support member states to implement the One Health approach to address these health threats in the animal, human, and environment interface. So the One Health really connects the three sectors. Animal health, human health, and the environment are intrinsically linked together. Intervention or an issue in one sector automatically affects the other sectors. So to address these health issues, we need also a coordinated and a One Health approach. There's a lot of increasing focus on One Health. It's not a new concept as such. It has been around for quite some time, but it hasn't really got the high level political and technical attention as what we have seen today. I've put up here a figure from the last or the recently published Pan-European Commission on Health and Sustainable Development. It came out just a few weeks ago. And as you can see, that has really put One Health at the center of addressing today's health issues. So the One Health is there together with inclusive environment and societies, global public health goods, innovative health systems, and reform global financial system. One Health bring all this all together. And there's a lot of developments we see in the world, both some recent developments and issues that we are addressing, such as the ongoing pandemic, but also the more long-term changes that we see in our societies. And that includes the population growth. It's about globalization of more travel, more trade, intensified food production systems, intensification of agriculture, environmental degradation, climate change, and so on. And worth noticing here is that over 60% of known infectious diseases originate from animals. So that gives us a good indication that we need to work in both sectors. We can not only mop the floors, so to say, by addressing diseases in humans if we don't stop where the source is, which is often in the animals. And animals sometimes get sick from the environment. So all this brings us together in three sectors, working very closely and very coordinated together to address these issues. The ongoing COVID pandemic is an example of how severe consequences can be when the One Health approach doesn't work very well. We all know that COVID originated in animals, most likely in bats, and then transferred to humans via an intermediate host. The research and the investigation of the actual origin of the virus is still taking place. But the WHO-led mission to China, the report was released in late March and gives us a very good indication of what are the main issues here and highlights again and again the importance of working together across human, animal, and environment sectors. So for us to prevent and possibly address, respond to the future pandemics, we really need to have structures and mechanisms in place to work with the One Health approach at country level, but also at regional and international levels. The World Bank did some research and studies not that long ago, just in 2018, around the cost of some of these zoonotic emerging diseases that have affected the world over the past years. We haven't had a pandemic like the COVID yet, and we don't know what the cost of COVID would be. That's much, much higher than what you will see in the figure here of the past events. But still, these are significant economic or gave significant economic consequences for the world, starting with SARS back in the early 2000s in China and Hong Kong, Singapore, and in Canada. An estimated cost here of around $30 to $50 billion to H5N1 in 2006-07, and later on also in 2009-10, up to more recent Zika, Ebola outbreaks, and you see the costs here. And also, what are the sectors that are mainly affected? That's the symbols you see here, whether it's transport or if it's tourism or if it's mining and so on. So the cost is often very unequally distributed across different stakeholders and across different sectors. But just to say that disease outbreaks that emerge in this human-animal environment interface have significant economic costs. So a One Health approach can also help address that. So future improvements to public health really depend on us working with the One Health approach. We need multidisciplinary collaboration across the various sectors, as I've mentioned, but also the various stakeholders, meaning public and private collaboration, involving academia and the science part much stronger than what we've done in the past, but also the collaboration across countries. And I'm very happy with this international symposium, really bringing in good examples from around the world. And that shows us also the importance of working together with an international approach. One country cannot address this alone. I think the previous speaker mentioned the same. So the international collaboration and coordination is extremely important when it comes to One Health. It's also about data availability and data sharing, linking it together across the sectors. Sometimes we see countries where surveillance data are fixed to different sectors and rarely shared, and sometimes collected in different formats, which make it very difficult to compare and integrate and make common solutions. In WHO, our work around, or our work on health emergencies is really also centered around the One Health approach. The action plan to improve public health preparedness and response in the European Union takes a very specific focus on One Health and puts it also at the center. And it outlines how WHO will provide technical guidance and tools in the One Health approach and share that with countries, strengthen the core capacities of zoonosis and food safety under the IHR, helping countries to strengthen their IHR core capacities in these specific areas, and also promote the multi-sectoral responses to the prevention and control of emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases. We have also in the regional office for WHO organized ourselves among the various programs that work with the One Health approach. And that's what I've been illustrating in this figure here, putting One Health again at the center, surrounded by the various programs, including antimicrobial resistance. And I would say antimicrobial resistance was probably one of the forerunners to adopt the One Health approach, but also very significantly used in food safety, zoonotic diseases, in neglected tropical diseases, in the environmental health unit, in the IHR and emergency response, everybody taking up the approach. We've organized ourselves around a working group where these best practices, experiences, and collaborative projects come together. You will also find information on our One Health website that was also newly created, where we present ourselves in a uniform manner across the various programs and offices, because we have various offices around the region working with the One Health approach, everybody coming together and promoting some of the work we're doing on this One Health website. Right, so looking at the approach that we apply, specifically now looking at food safety, zoonotic diseases, and the technical support we provide to member states. I will go into this in a bit more details in the next few slides, but just to highlight that we will be looking at strategic planning, priority setting and coordination, emergency investigation and response, surveillance and food monitoring, communication, training, and awareness raising. So starting out with the strategic planning, priority setting, and coordination, we use the IHR monitoring and evaluation framework, the reports that countries submit to us every year, combined with the joint external evaluations, which is another important component, and simulation exercises in the monitoring and evaluation framework to highlight country strengths and weaknesses and identify the different priorities that need to be addressed. We also organize what we call the national bridging workshops. So far, we have done that in 9 countries across the region. And that follows basically what I put in the illustration here, a 7 steps exercise in where health, public health, or human health and animal health sectors work together to identify strengths and weaknesses in the coordination and collaboration. We do help countries to set up One Health coordination mechanisms, sometimes through working groups or councils at various levels of administration, to help the different stakeholders come together and share information and work together. And we do these roadmaps and strategic plans that I've mentioned. When it comes to emergency response and investigation of emergencies, we work with the InfoSan network when it comes to food safety events along the food chain. The InfoSan network is a network of food safety authorities across the world where information with food safety emergencies and events are rapidly shared with countries for early action. We do help countries to develop emergency response guidelines and protocols, and also help organize simulation exercises where these structures and protocols and guidelines can be tested in real time. The photo here is from Kazakhstan, where we did this a couple of years ago, bringing the different sectors together, working intensively in a simulation setting, addressing a zoonotic disease outbreak. Surveillance and food monitoring obviously is also a very, very important part of One Health. So we do help with integrated surveillance of AMR in the food chain. We have developed specific guidance on this, and that's what you see in the figure here, where we bring together the food, the animal, the environment together and guide countries in setting up integrated surveillance systems. A newly developed guide specifically looking at ESBL producing E. coli has just been launched, and this will be implemented in Tajikistan through a multi-partner trust fund project that we are starting up there later this year. It has already been applied to other countries in other regions. We do monitoring of residues of veterinary drugs and pesticides, also in food and along the food chain, and we have an established collaboration here with the Eurasian Economic Commission. We've conducted a couple of webinars with them last year on this particular issue. Communication, training, and awareness raising is also a very important part, and we have developed an online training program which is free of charge, and I will encourage everyone to take the course. It's registered on the website and it's free of charge, and it takes you through different components and aspects of One Health to help strengthen the collaboration between human and animal health sectors. The 5 Keys program is another very important program. This is also related to AMR and other areas of One Health. And most people know about this one here, the 5 Keys to Safer Food, but there is also 2 other 5 Keys programs looking specifically at fresh fruits and vegetables and agriculture, and how contamination can be prevented and addressed along the food chains. Specifically for the antimicrobial resistance, we have had several tripartite meetings around the region and helping countries develop their national AMR action plans. There's been meetings in Istanbul, in Bishkek, in Almaty over the past years, and most countries have now developed national action plans. It's closely being monitored and implemented. Some of the activities with technical support from WHO, but many member states also take own action and implement without direct support from WHO or FAO. We have done quite a few joint tripartite missions to member states. We every year organize the Antimicrobial Awareness Week. It's in November. It will happen again this year. And then, as I mentioned before, the Multi-Partner Trust Fund is a relative new mechanism that has been opened up for countries to apply for support for activities in the animal-human interface, specifically for AMR. And Tajikistan is the first country in our region to take on a project like this, and it will start later this year. We do the tripartite AMR country self-assessment survey also every year, and the information is available on the website. Specifically looking at COVID as a One Health issue, a lot of guidance have been developed, but more specifically related to this One Health guidance. I've put up here 3 guidance documents specifically related to food safety, but also the fact sheet around AMR and COVID. Unfortunately, we have seen many countries prescribing antibiotics to patients with COVID. In some countries even for prevention of COVID, which is of course not recommended and should not happen, as antibiotics cannot treat or cannot prevent COVID, which is a virus infection. Right, so common challenges that we face in the implementation of the One Health approach around the region is some of what this is not an exclusive list, but just some examples of the challenges that countries often face when it comes to One Health. The political commitment, the cooperation and the ownership is often a challenge. when it becomes everybody's responsibility, it's often difficult for someone to take the lead, which is needed. And not everything needs to be done together, but the different stakeholders, the different sectors need to come together and discuss what makes sense to do together, what makes better sense to continue doing separately. So that's typically an issue that many countries are facing. The goodwill across the sectors does not always translate into the planning, the budgeting, and the implementation. Usually the One Health approach is accepted, but when it comes to the practical implementation, the sharing of resources, it can often be more difficult to turn into action. There's no one size fits all. Everything has to be tailor-made to specific countries, contexts, and circumstances, which also change over time. And that requires continuous adjustments, which is difficult. The risk of returning to business as usual when the crisis is over is often, or is always there, of course, especially when money is being, when the funding ends, and then it requires significant resources and skills and incentives. Right, so the global level, we have established the tripartite MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding between the three organizations, and UNEP is now also coming in. There's a work plan on AMR. There's the multi-partner trust fund, as I mentioned. We have just closed a call for experts for a high-level expert panel on One Health, which will be guiding the tripartite organizations. And then we have the tripartite secretariat. In the European Union, or the European region, sorry, just last week, this regional coordination mechanism for One Health was launched. And the first meeting was held between the regional representatives of FAO, OIE, and WHO. And the regional coordination mechanism consists of these three components: an executive group, a technical group, and secretariat, and then supported by a partner platform where partners are welcome to contribute and provide input to the work of the tripartite. The meeting, as I said, was last Friday. Here's just a photo. Of course, it was online, as all other meetings these days. And there was also news items published on the tripartite's websites. That brings me up to the end. The One Health approach is very effective and need to set the scene to address public health threats in the animal-human environment interface for the prevention and control of food safety, zoonotic and AMR. One Health adds the very necessary multi-sectoral dimension that we need to address these issues. And WHO, of course, stands ready to work with our partners and with our member states to help implement this. So with this, thank you very much. And sorry for going a few seconds over time. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heuskopf, for your talk. And Professor Michael Tchikindas will present the final talk of our session. And his topic is how microbes can help fight viruses. After a short video introduction of Professor Tchikindas, he will give his talk. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can see the first slide and to hear me. Yes, somebody confirmed. I would like to start by thanking the organizing committee of this event for inviting me. It's a great honor and pleasure to be with you today. Special thanks to the previous presenter because Peter managed to lay down a fantastic foundation, not just for my presentation, but for the entire session. And we clearly see how we need to work together on these very important challenges and how important it is to come with the same platform and the same understanding of the issues that need to be addressed. I will talk today also about the challenges with viral infections, but I would like to address the issue with the transfer or possible transfer of the pathogenic microorganisms from animals to humans with a kind of a special twist from a specific angle, backyard farming. And I will tell you in a few minutes why I think it is important. Now I see, okay. So I will be talking about probiotics as a tool for prevention of the spread of the transfer of these infections. And we certainly know well that nowadays probiotics are used for humans and for animals, domestic animals, animals of agricultural importance, for different purposes, in different modes, foods, supplements, drugs, medicinal applications, but I will be largely emphasizing the prophylactic approach in the health promotion where probiotics can be used effectively and we have some really good results. This is where the probiotics fit into the bigger picture of the chain of health from farm to fork. Clearly, the health promoting microorganisms can find their way in combating infections in prophylactic measures, starting from the farming where they can be used with animals of agricultural importance in applications, or for the protection and promotion of the plants of agricultural importance, certainly in the food chain, and finally at the last point of food consumption. The accidental transfer of infectious microorganisms may occur in this chain. Well, what are the key components? Well, first of all, of course, the poor education on farming-associated microorganisms. I am not talking now about the industrial scale agriculture. Again, to emphasize that my point is how these should be addressed with the backyard farming and even with the urban farming. Improperly processed animal manure is one of the examples, and we also have many evidences published in a handful of papers for personal hygiene and proper processing and storage of the agricultural products. So all of these matters are covered in the large-scale farming with a good agricultural practice, GAP. This document is well known. But what about the backyard farming and urban farming? Something that is growing nowadays. I'm not sure about the situation in Russia, but in Americas and in Europe, we know that urban farming is developing rapidly. I know for a fact that in Russia also the backyard farming is growing. And this is where the infectious microorganisms may be transferred from the animals which can be asymptomatic carriers. So the farmer or the individual may not even see that this animal is a threat to his health and to the health of others, being transferred from the animal to the handler, from the handler to other humans. So this is where I think probiotics may do some good job. And today I will give several examples, but I would like to emphasize two microorganisms to which quite a few examples will be addressed. Both of them are spore-forming bacilli. two strains that our group is working on. One of them is Bacillus subtilis catmira 1933. Another one is Bacillus aemiliifasciens B1895. Both of them are very well characterized. They're safe, and their probiotic health promoting activity was shown on the animals of agricultural importance, specifically on poultry, and for B1895 also in aquacultures. So they have some history of good use and health promotion. We'll start with some examples, and for instance, we'll go with the sheep. And this work was done in collaboration between our Center for Agrobiotechnology at the Don State Technical University, Rutgers University in the US, and the University in Iraq with one of my former PhD students. Proteus mirabilis is one of the most commonly known urinary tract associated infections, second after E. coli. And in addition to bacteremia, we know that Proteus mirabilis can cause arthritis, meningitis, and it can also be seen in the wound infections. So first example would be the B1895 strain was studied for the ability to co-aggregate with the human isolate of Proteus and to prevent the biofilm formation. And we can see here that while the growth of the cells is not really stopped, this is the percentage of the planktonic growth, so less than 1 log reduction in the viable cell count. But at the same time, we can see a significant reduction in the ability of the microorganism to form biofilm in the presence of the supernatant of our probiotic. And I cannot emphasize enough the ability of these health-promoting microorganisms to prevent biofilm formation. Because if we can prevent biofilm formation by the pathogen, it means that we can assist the eukaryotic host with his or its effort in getting rid of these pathogen, of this intruder. If the biofilm is not formed, the planktonic cells are much easier to get rid of. Similar example we see in our study where the two microorganisms, subtilis and aemiliifasciens, were active in preventing biofilm formation by the sheep isolates of Proteus mirabilis. And again, I can't emphasize enough the possibility of the transfer of these urogenital pathogens from the animals of agricultural importance, for instance, to the humans. And again, we see that the growth rate of planktonic cells in vitro study didn't really change dramatically, less than 1 log reduction, but at the same time, we can see a significant up to 40% reduction in the ability of the microorganism to form biofilm, which means that the microorganism cannot really establish its presence in the eukaryotic host. Moving from sheep to poultry, and again, backyard farming is growing, and poultry is perhaps one of the first creatures, chicken is one of the first creatures that is under the radar in this case. Another example, staph aureus associated with the skin infection, wound infection, can be mild to life-threatening. We all know that, and the pathogenesis is linked to the production of toxins, some enzymes, hemolysin, leucine, DNase, just to name a few of them. And again, I cannot emphasize enough that with the growth of the interest to backyard farming, there is a growing threat of the transfer of pathogenic staphylococci from poultry to humans, similar to the cases observed for salmonella. And we'll be talking about salmonella in a few minutes. And again, in our studies of these two probiotic microorganisms, of course, we see the examples of outer aggregation A and B, but at the same time, we see the co-aggregation of our probiotic microorganisms with the bacilli probiotic bacilli microorganisms with Staph aureus, and in this case we have clinical isolates. And once again, similar to what we observed with Proteus mirabilis, we see significant reduction in ability to form biofilm, while the viability of the planktonic cells reduced less than 1 log, which means, again, Staph aureus cannot form biofilm. Today, there was quite a lot of attention paid to antibiotic-resistant microorganisms, and I can't emphasize enough that these studies were done with the MSSA and MRSA strains of methicillin-resistant, methicillin-susceptible strains of Staph aureus. Salmonella, another example, and again we have just a few here: Hadar, Enteritis, Thompson, but of course we did many more studies. And I want to point here that Dr. Majumdar mentioned that Salmonella is one of the microorganisms on their list of objectives. And Dr. Majumdar, if you're still with us, we're working on this topic with Dr. Santosh Tibari from Dayanand University in Rahtak. So thank you for supporting, for encouraging our efforts. And again, we see that the ability to form biofilm is significantly reduced by the presence of, and now I mentioned the specific substances, subtilosin produced by our Catmira 1933 Bacillus subtilis strain, and subtilin is another bacteriocin produced by Bacillus aemiliifasciens B1895. I will come to bacteriocins in just a few minutes. One slide, I have to mention that with these probiotics, we can also cover the health of aquacultures. And again, it was reported previously by Dr. Chistikov from Rostov that B1895 is assisting in prevention of the spread of Salmonella, Klebsiella, and Citrobacter in the GI tract of the farmed fish. Again, very important observation where the microorganism with probiotic capacity can be used to prevent the spread of the infectious microorganisms. Turning the page and moving towards something that is notoriously known and popular, can I say popular nowadays? Well, we have to face this challenge. We have to work with this. COVID and backyard farming safety. Well, there is no evidence so far of spreading of coronaviruses through food and food packaging, but we do know that the virus can spread from person to person, and it can also last for quite a significant time on different surfaces, which requires specific attention for good health and hygiene practices, for social distancing, for cleaning and sanitizing procedures. And again, Peter mentioned these kind of approaches today in as they addressed in Health One program. So can probiotics help us to fight against viruses or to prevent viral infections? Just a few examples of the known and well-characterized probiotics. Lactobacillus branchis reduces the replication of herpes simplex virus 2. Enterococcus faecium inhibits influenza viruses. Lactobacillus plantarum 137 again works against influenza viruses, and there were in vitro and both in vivo studies. The well-known strain, perhaps one of the best studied, Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG, also known LGG, reduces the incidence of respiratory viral infections. So there is quite a big package of information saying that yes, probiotics can help, and they do help. And these data based on both in vitro and in vivo observations. There are many mechanisms by which probiotics work, and in a couple of slides I will show you some of them, but right now I want to zoom into bacteriocins. Bacteriocins are ribosomally produced antimicrobial substances of proteinaceous nature, which are made by virtually all microorganisms. And I want you to look at some of these examples. Enterocin serial 35 from enterococci works against HSV1 and HSV2, and some other example, again, HSV1. I will tell you why I am particularly interested in HSV1. And again, of course, our beloved Bacillus subtilis campera 1933, subtilosin A works against both HSV1 and HSV2, our studies together with a group from Argentina. Now, interesting thing, HSV viruses are enveloped RNA viruses, and corona is also enveloped RNA virus. So maybe it's too premature to say that we hope that these bacteriocins will work against corona. I don't know. If the funding opportunity will present itself, certainly this is what we would like to look at. And again, to emphasize that we found that our subtilosin is active not just against any HSVs, but also against drug-resistant HSV, which is a good sign saying that the bacteriocins may find their way in applications against viral infections. And of course, some of them from Lactobacillus delbrueckii, active against influenza in poultry, and these kind of studies were done both in vitro and in vivo, all right? So poultry probiotics are used for already quite a few years, prophylactic measure. I think this is a very good indication. So how can we prevent these emerging viral outbreaks with assistance of probiotics? And the next couple of slides will be from our recently published paper in Frontiers in Microbiology, and it was a truly international effort which allowed us to unite scientists from, so distant parts of the world, Russia, New Zealand, South Africa, India. And this was really a very interesting challenge to put our brains together and to do this kind of study. So something that is really in the air, we all know how it happens, that, some primary sources of the virus, bats, and, what else, then they can be passed to the secondary reservoir, which can be animals of agricultural importance, domestic animals, animals in the farms. Again, examples are known in the zoos, etc. And passing from one source to another, the virus is adapting, the virus is learning, if you wish, how to pass from one eukaryotic host to another and finally reaching humans. And again, a variety of ways of transmission. And this is where the virus can really flourish, adapting to, the existence in the human body. And how can probiotics help us? Okay, probably not at the level of the wild animals, but I think this is very important. The health, the ecological health of wild runs with assistance of the microorganisms and use of the health promoting microorganisms in balancing and modulating healthy environment. One of the things that is underappreciated nowadays, all right, but certainly in the animals of agricultural importance and the humans, they can work as preventive measure. How do they work? These probiotic strains, one of the mechanisms I already mentioned, and that would be the production of the active antimicrobial substances, certainly modulation of the commensal microbiota, the modulation of the immune system of the host, triggering a variety of protective mechanisms, and many other things that still need to be explored. And this is where I would like to finish my today's presentation. I would like to thank the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Russian Federation, the grant that allowed us to do a lot of studies and to build our Center for Agrobiotechnology, which is at the Don State Technical University. Thank you for your attention.
Сейчас слышно? Да, слышно. So, in conclusion, I would like to thank all speakers of our session. And next, we will start the second session. And I would like to introduce the moderator of the second session. This is Igor Popov. He is a chairman of Association of Young Scientists, Biomedicine of Don State Technical University. So after a very short break, we will continue with the second session. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, it's an honor to moderate the last section of the 4th National Symposium on Health. My name is Igor Popov. I'm a research assistant of Don State Technical University. And now I'm pleased to welcome Li Jianxi, Deputy Director of Laonju Institute of Husbandry and Pharmaceutical Sciences of Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear
Hello?
me?
Yes.
Can I start now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very sorry for delete when you hosting opening because I'm all the way of business trip. So when you hosting opening, I on the plane. I'm very sorry. I hear the professors and the experts produce or introduce some AMR surveillance and how to control it. I think it's very helpful for us to improve our healthcare. How to reduce antibiotics also is very important. Or to found some new products replace of antibiotics also is very important. So I want to introduce some different things for you. In China, we have many traditional Chinese medicine. It's very helpful for control disease or reduce antibiotics. So my topic is mechanisms of fermented astragalus polysaccharides or mouse dendritic maturation at the intestinal mucosal immune regulation. I will introduce following 4 parts. First, I want to introduce background. Astragalus membranosus is very important as the most popular health-promoting herbal medicine and food medicine homologous substances in China for more than 2,000 years ago. It has a variety of health benefits, including immune regulation, anti-inflammatory, antioxidation, anti-diabetes, anti-tumor ability, and anti-atherosclerosis. It shows a synergistic activity with some probiotics in immunity. APS is one of main bioactive components isolated from astragalus membranosus. Its variable biological functions such as anti-tumor, immune enhancing, anti-aging, antioxidant, antiviral, and hypoglycemic bioactivities. It has been applied widely as veterinary drugs and feed additives in animal industry in China. But we have many questions, and our make some aims. The hot water extraction is main method of astragalus polysaccharides now, but the extraction rate is very low. Fermentation is one of classic processing technique in TCM to change their activity, generate new compounds, enhance the original medical effects, or increase the amount of the active ingredients. However, the study of fermented membranes was rare. With all the 2 points, we came up with the aims of our research to establish the fermentation technology of astragalus and improve the yield of astragalus polysaccharides by fermentation. To state the bioactivity of the fermented astragalus polysaccharides, we named FAPS. The progress of our research: first, study of fermentation technology of astragalus polysaccharide and the identification of FAPS. Second, effects of FAPS or differentiation, maturation, and TLR signaling pathways of BMDCs in mice. Third, regulatory effect and mechanism of FAPS or intestinal mucosal immunity in mice. Now, I introduce first part, research part. Strain spreading of fermented astragalus membranes we collected from chickens. The intestinal mixed bacteria were isolated and purified. The strain were accumulated repeatedly in culture medium containing the herb. We found a strain with a good performance, which is named at FGM, gram-positive lactic acid bacteria. The fermented technology of Astragalus membranous was studied. Our results showed FGM. We have patent number of child, improvement rate of FAPS yield to compare than unfermented is improved 93%. We get a mutated string named UN1. It's can improve the FAPS extract rate nearly 3,000%. And we make a extraction of FAPS extraction progress. First, bacteria culture, then with fermentation. Astragalus powder and freeze-dried hot water extraction, then mixed together. And last, we get the extraction of APAs has the same procedures with the extraction of APAs. We detect the characterization. The parameters including total carbohydrate, proteins, sulfate radical, polyphen, reduced sugar, and molar saccharide components. The results revealed that FAPS have a higher carbohydrate content, a lower protein content, and a higher sulfate radical content, and a higher reducing sugar, and a smaller average molecular weight. This is some HPLC's kilometers. Second, research is effects of FAPS or differentiation, maturation, and toil signaling pathway of disease in mice. The protocol is we use biopsy mice, collect bone marrow cells, then use this medium. We get adherent cells and purify the step by step. Then the last we get CD11C positive cells. At last, we use FAPS, APS, and or LPS. We planned 5 groups and use these parameters to estimate each morphology, biological function, including phagocytosis, antigen presentation, and the cytokines expression, including IL-12, IL-6, and others, and surface markers expression and signaling pathways. This morphology, we can see the cells have more 20x, and this is electron microscopy, and this is lantern microscopy. So we think our cells is very successful and can improve some next experiment, and we get the proportion of cells with dendrites, including different groups like this. The higher is LPS, second is FAPS. This is around our aims. As shown in table 1, the rate of cells with dominant dendrites in the FAPS group and the LPS group were significantly higher than those in the APS group, and extremely significantly higher than those in the RPFI group and the FGMS group. This is we detect surface markers in BM disease. The expression of CD80, 83, 86, and MHC2 molecules of BM disease were upregulated by FAPs, and CD86 and CD80 expression were significantly higher in the FAPs group than in APS group, and negative control. The effect of FAPS and APS on expression of cytokines in BM disease. Treatment of BM disease with FAPS or APS resulted in the increase of the level of IL-12, IL-6, IF-1 alpha, and TNF alpha. Moreover, TNF alpha, IL-12, and IL-6 levels were significantly higher in FAPS treated BM disease than in APS treated BM disease. The effect of FAPS and APS on BM disease function as following. Table 2 showed all the value of extracts of the T cells proliferation. The result shows treatment of BM disease with FAPS or APS resulted in the decrease of ACP activity. This should fight phagocytosis. The cell proliferation activity was higher in the T cells with FAPS stimulated disease than APS group and cell control. This showed antigen presentation. The regulation of FAPS and APS or signaling pathway of BM disease is FAPS could significantly promote the mRNA expression of TOL2, TOL3, and MYD8H, and 100 microgram per milligram liter of FAPS had the most obvious effect. FAPS could significantly increase the protein expression of phosphorylated GNK P38 and NFKB65. The APS induced the maturation of BM disease through zinc and APK signaling pathway, P38 APK signaling pathway, and NF-kappa B signaling pathway. The third, we estimate the regulation effect and the mechanism of APS or intestinal mucosal immunity in mice. This is our protocol. The intestinal mucosal immune suppression model in mice was established by intraparietal injection of 60 CY for 3 days, and lamisyl hydrochloride was used as positive control. FAPS restored the results showed FAPS restored the body weight, immune organ index, intestinal tissue morphology, we see radio and promoted secret IgA in immunosuppressed mice. If APS promoted the mRNA and the protein expression of A cadherin in the intestine of immunosuppressed mice. If APS promoted the mRNA and the protein expression of claudin 2 and claudin 3 protein in the intestine of immunosuppressed mice, and if APS promoted the mRNA and the protein expression of ZO2, ZO3, and syncludin in the intestine of immunosuppressed mice. So our results showed some in conclusion, the extraction yield of astragalus polysaccharides using the gel extraction method is limited, but increased when a membranes was fermented with Streptococcus allantoides FDM isolated from chicken cecum. The FAPS can induce the maturation of BM disease through GNK and APK signaling pathway, P38 and APK signaling pathway, and NF-kappa B signaling pathway. The FAPS have the effect of protecting and maintaining the expression and the integrity of tight junctions and adherent junctions, promoting and improve the intestinal mucosal damage caused by cyclosphere by the regulating the intestinal epithelial cell barrier function. Thank you for your attention. That's all.
Thank you, Professor Li Jianxi, for such impressive scientific report. And now I'm pleased to welcome Professor Mümin Polat with the presentation, The Global Challenge COVID-19, Best Practices in Turkish Healthcare System.
Hello, dear members of the organizing board, dear participants. First of all, thank you very much for this kind invitations. I am Associated Professor Dr. Mümin Polat, Burdur Mehmet Akif Ersoy University, Faculty of Health Sciences. I am very happy to be with you at the One Health Symposium. I convey to you our deepest greetings and love from the Turkey. We will make our presentation with my colleague. She is lecturer Gülcan Aybike Dilek Kart, whom we work in the field of the public health. We prepare our presentation on COVID-19, best practices of the Turkish health science.
Hello.
Now, Gülcan Aybike Dilek.
Thank you. Hello, dear participants. Now, as my professor told you that we prepare this presentation with him. Now I will start to do my presentation. I will open it, and yes. Our presentation will be about COVID-19 global challenge response, best practice of Turkish health system. As we know, COVID-19 pandemic is our world's most popular problem, health science problem. So in 12th of January 2020, the World Health Organization confirmed that a novel coronavirus was the cause of respiratory illness in cluster of people in one city. We all know that, I guess. The case of fatality rate for COVID-19 has been much lower than SARS of 23, but the transmission has been scientifically greater with a scientific total death toll. On 24th of January, Turkey's health ministry is called medical situation as a medical situation of coronavirus in Turkey. And then we start to do public transmission hubs and hand saturation, body temperature for all transmission. On 1st of February, Turkey announced it decided to stop all flights from China. And then after, as we know, Iran has a big coronavirus fatality rate in all global world. And then after Iranian authors downplayed the spread of SARS-CoV-2, Turkey discussed to Iran. Turkey announced its decided to stop all flights to and from Iran. And then after Italy, South Korea, Iraq, we all canceled all flights from these countries. After that, in 11th of March, it was the date that we first known coronavirus cases in Turkey. It was announced, but it was the first case in Turkey, as we know. And then about COVID-19, monitor hotspots, enable people to report placing fake PPE, and report hospital wait times. Then during these next days, Ministry of National Education announced that with the expectation of schools catering and schools with special needs, all schools in Turkey would close starting at 17th of March, and it was the day at the beginning of education system was closed for all period of second spring term. After that, Ministry of National Education start to say that special needs needed for students, they all have a very high level of risk, and then they say we will close these schools also. On 17th of March, Minister of Interior Süleyman Soylu ordered business and places of worship to indoor activities. With that announcement, more than 80 million people in Turkey start to live under some form of restriction to their movements when trains and public transit came national worldwide. As you can see from these pictures, in like all world, all the markets and shops start to be in a very high adapt to their capacity, we can see. After that, on 20th of March, Ministry of Health issues the decrees of design pandemic hospitals. At the same time, Turkey start to open drive-through screening clinics based on South Korean model, which allows the provision of tests at no cost, while advising nosocomial transmission of SARS-CoV-2. And also in Turkey, all these tests, all these treatments, all these vocations, all is free. Our government pay all of these for us. So if I get the COVID-19, when I go to the hospital, I don't have to pay money for that. I don't have to pay money to take pills. I don't have to pay money for vacations. It's all free in Turkey. After that, 21 of March, Minister of Interior Soylu announced that total curfew in all country. So that means we will all be at home, we will stay at home, and we can go outside for buying bread or for markets, just we can go. And for the people who is working, if they are over the age of 65, or person who has immune system or comparison due to chronic pulmonary disease, asthma, cardiovascular disease, kidney disease, hypertension, or liver disease, they don't have to go to work. It was that. After that, 23 of March, Ministry of Health, Fahrettin Koca, announced that the Ministry of Health authorized the Japanese anti-flu drug, favipiravir, as we can see on the picture, for emergency use. After early data disclosing by Chinese Science and Technology Minister Wang Zhiwangbing showed that the drug shortens recovery time for COVID-19 patients. Still, we are using this medicine because all the, as we can see, all the patients with COVID-19 for the treatment, it's a very useful drug for all of us, and we are still using this drug. On 6th of April, the government announced that to building 2 new hospitals, and these hospitals as the airport that can accommodate 200 patients. All these hospitals which has opened during this pandemic season is full of technology for oxygen systems, for monitoring the patients, and also their units for people who has a very high risk level of COVID-19. It was full of a new system and new technology. On the same day, in order to promote face mask use, the government started to sending masks to everyone. Our government sent us the mask for everyone because we also have to go outside for our shops or something we need. So they sent masks to everyone. After that, 10th of April, the Ministry of Internal Affairs announced the curfew for 2 weeks, and during these 2 weeks we all stay at home again. After that, at the 1st of June, domestic flights were resumed and most public spaces were open. It was our new normal life, including restaurants, swimming pools, beaches, parks, libraries, and museums all open. And Turkish parliamentary resumed work after COVID-19. That was the first day they started to work again, wearing the mask and keeping distance. On 2 of June, the Turkish parliament resumed full activities for the first time in 48 days since the hiatus was declared due to pandemic. The parliamentarians started to work under new norms, including hygiene measures, use of masks, and we should keep social distance. After July, after all this time, Turkey opened for tourism, but when we are using these guidelines, wearing masks, keeping social distancing, we start to do our tourism in Turkey. And also in August, Turkey remains open for tourism, especially from Russia, United Kingdom, Iran. They all started to came our country. In September, when we came to the September, in 18th of September, we saw that our people for economics was so going to low, and so that our government say that they will help for their places, and they open a huge economic package for the people who has to work. And after that, in October, official figures showed that after this July and August form, 3 million people visited the Turkey, mainly from Russia, United Kingdom, Ukraine, Germany, and Bulgaria. And also, after all of this, on 2 of October, Minister of Internal Affairs, following advising option of coronavirus scientific advising board, which is so important for us because they always meeting for us, and they say we should stay at home or this place can open. This is so important for us and for our government. On 20th of November, Ministry of Health said that again a big curfew on people of 65 and older people 20 and younger, they should stay at home, we say. On 6th of December, Ministry of Health Fahrettin Koca announced that 50 million doses of CoronaVac should arrive by the end of February, and 10 million doses for Pfizer, BioNTech, and COVID-19 vaccines should start arriving still during this December. That was the first important moment for us because, as we know, this vacation situation is the only way to stop coronavirus in all countries, especially also in Turkey. And also, after that, Pfizer and BioNTech finalized their submission to the Turkish Medical and Medical Devices Agency, which has been revealing the data from the clinical trialing on a strolling bus since October. After that, 13th of December, this medical center pushed back from formal assessment for 2 COVID-19 vaccines, delayed the streaming of the Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccination and CoronaVac in Turkey to the end of December. After that, the Turkish Vacation Institute said that it planned to give an option on Pfizer, BioNTech, and COVID-19 vacation at meeting on 29th of December. Turkey detected 15 cases of United Kingdom coronavirus variant on 1st of January. It was the badness for a new year. On 14th of January, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan recovered the COVID-19 vacation, and that was the beginning of vacation situation in Turkey. At the beginning of March, the Turkish government eased the reaction, but the rate of infection rose was almost so high level for all of us. And here on the table we can see the total confirmed case with the black line, as we can see on the black line. Active cases we can see on the yellow line. During April, May, June, July, August, it was more or less the same level, but after the end of the November and the beginning of December, it was a big rate for coronavirus cases. Also, we can see on the blue line recovered people who had COVID-19 and then recovered. And as we can see on the red line, this is our total death level on Turkey. And here on the table, we can see new cases per day in Turkey. April, May, June, July, August, September, December, it was more or less the same. But as we can see, end of November and beginning of December, there's a big attack for COVID-19, and then going down again. And now nowadays we are going up again. And this is our vacation per day. As we can see, the blue line is the first dose, and the purple line is the second dose. In Turkey, we can say nowadays 10 million people has vacated with coronavirus vacation. We use CoronaVac and BioNTech vacation in Turkey. And here on the table, we can see the COVID-19 test per day. It is growing all the day, almost all the day. And test positivity rate in Turkey, we can see it was so growing at the beginning of April, but nowadays we are also growing. And this is the map that shows located people in Turkey. We started to locate all cities and all of the country. We started to do that, and the percent of 13 of our population was located, and this is the good reason for us. And as a result, I will show you that our table, which is during this day, 22 of April, 29, 23, 24, and 25 of April. This is very common dates we can see on the table. And here we can see the recovered people population. And as we can see from 22 to 25, recovered people population is growing, and this is a good news for us. And this is total cases population. As we can see from 22 to 25, it's also going down, and this is so good news also for us. And the test per day we can see is going down also, and the total deaths population, as we can see, going down. So after new variants from United Kingdom, from Brazil, from Africa, it was all of the cases were going up so fastly, but nowadays we can say Turkey is going down for cases because of our social distance, wearing mask, and keeping our self-control. So as a result, I just can say this is a big health problem for Turkey, for all of us, for all world. So only thing we can do is try to keep our social distance, wearing our mask, and we should try to be clean all the time, wash our hands and face like that. So I will say very happy and healthy days for all of us, and thanks for your listening for us. And if there is any question, Professor Mumin and I will be very happy for that. So this is the end of our presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I was infected with COVID last week. My respiratory system hasn't fully recovered yet. Thank you, Gülcan Aybike, for this beautiful presentation. Best regards from Turkey.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Dear colleagues, thank you. Thank you for sharing experience from Turkey healthcare system. We're moving forward through cross-border cooperation section of 4th International Symposium One Health, and I'm pleased to introduce Professor Kuyanish Yergaliyev with the presentation entitled A Potential Danger of Weight Loss and Muscle Building Dietary Supplements for Youth and Young Adults.
Dear participants of the fourth One Health International Symposium, welcome and thank you very much for having me. I'm very glad to be here at this important event and present in front of you. Today, I would like to talk about dietary supplements that the young people use to lose weight and build muscle, and its relevance in a time of COVID-19 pandemics. My presentation will be based on a study that I have conducted at the Boston, Massachusetts, a couple of years ago. And I would like to begin my presentation with these pictures of dietary supplements that I took in one of the largest pharmacy chains in America, right after I talked to one of the young adult participants. And what we can see here are the pictures of the well-known athletes, and then fit and good-looking male and female pictures with different berry flavors, and then gummies, supplements that most likely would be appealing for you. And also big words like whey protein, and then like build muscle here as well, and then lose weight. But what we cannot see easily here would be at the back of jar or box written with the small fine print that would, like here on the left, as you can see, that says these statements have not been evaluated by FDA. And then in the ingredient parts, there would be saying like a proprietary blend, which basically means we don't know actually what inside of these products. And in Kazakhstan, and I believe in many like neighbor countries, we can see these products as well on the shelves in grocery stores, and then special markets like healthy nutrition, sports nutrition stores in malls and other easily accessible places. And they also, these products are not tested and evaluated in the same rigorous way as we do for the medicines. I believe they also categorize it in our countries. These products would also have the labels that would say that these products are not medicines and should not be used to be for treatment and diagnostic purposes. Okay, and briefly about these products, the dietary supplements is. In this industry is currently one of the fast and growing and lucrative industries in the United States and in worldwide as well. And with annual revenue in the United States around 43 billion as of 2017, and it was projected to reach 60 billion in 2021. And as you can see, rapid increase in number of products in marketplace from 4,000 in 1984 to over 90,000 products in 2016. And consumption of these products is much more prevalent than many people can think of. For example, in the United States, more than 30% of children and teenagers and about every second adult use these different kind of supplements on a regular basis. And while many supplements may be safe to use, those sold for weight loss and muscle building are known to often be adulterated with illegal substances like the steroids, stimulants, and the prescription medications, and to include toxic concentrations of legal substances as well. And also these products are known to carry significant adverse health consequences like testicular cancer, hepatitis, liver failure, myocardial infarction, stroke, and even they cause death. And physicians don't recommend these products as a healthy way to lose weight and build muscle. And especially in the United States, the current regulation defines dietary supplements and food category, not medications. And unfortunately, despite of all this evidence, the FDA doesn't make sure these health-damaging products are safe as it does with the medications. Okay, and here are a couple of examples of the supplements we're talking about. The Oxy Elite Pro is a weight loss supplement, and it was responsible for severe hepatitis and liver failure cases in Hawaii in 2013. The other supplements, Fastin XR, Jet Fuel, and others, are known to include the amphetamine-like components and was disguised and as the Acacia rudicula natural product, sort of herbal name. Okay, and the research we conducted was qualitative research, and we were interested to know what are the perceptions of key community stakeholders about the use of these products and access to these products to young people at the municipal level. So we interviewed policy professionals, those who work in public health departments, school districts, and then we talked to sport coaches, gym teachers, and nurses, and actually young adults who used these supplements as minors. And what we have found is that many key community stakeholders are not aware of negative consequences and risks associated with these products. And also they don't perceive it as an issue that's impacting their community and their youth, and they say that their children don't use these products and their kids from other cities most likely. And also what's more important, many key community stakeholders were holding misperceptions about supplements users' social class, which basically means when we talk to people from high-income neighborhoods, they were saying that their children have more opportunities to live a healthy lifestyle and then exercise and lose weight, and they believe that their children don't use these supplements. While when we're talking to the low-income, populations, they were saying that the supplements are expensive and the children don't use these products because of that. Okay, and the other thing we noticed that the supplements were widely available and easily accessible to youth in places like grocery stores, pharmacies, specialized stores, and even online. And another important finding that was confirmed actually by these previous studies is that family friends, coaches, gym cultures, and social media play an important role in creating the social environment that actually influences youth's decision to use or not to use these products at all. So, what does it mean in a time of COVID-19 pandemics? More and more data coming out showing that during the coronavirus pandemic, more people, especially young people, are concerned with the healthy food and then healthy lifestyle, and mainly due to the lockdown and other restrictions on the movement, and that many of them had to stay at home, and eat at home. And also many people are now more influence of the social media and internet marketing. And because of all these reasons, many people, especially young people, are now prone to use dietary supplements for weight loss and muscle building, so that they can reach their health goals or looking goals, and for other reasons in a quick way. Okay, and so what we need to do as a next step is to do more research based on the local data so that we can better understand the scope of this issue and how serious the issue in our local communities, like in Kazakhstan or maybe other countries that you're from. And of course, we need to educate our, first of all, young people, about the health risks and the damages that these products can do to their health. And we need to educate their parents, but most important, we should engage in this process those who work with the youth, like coaches, teachers, nurses, and other people who work with the youth. And another thing that we as the public health professionals should do, advocate for the strengthening of health policies. And one of the things that we should try to do actually require pre-market safety testing the same that we require for the medicines. And because in our countries, in Kazakhstan, the supplements are exempt from that process, from that rigorous process as we do for the medicines. And I think we can ban the sale of these products to young people as we do for the tobacco and alcohol, and also we can impose the taxes on these products. Well, that's all from me, and thank you very much. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out me at the email that we just have seen on the slide. And thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you, Professor Yergaliev, for very interesting report. I agree with you that these dietary supplements should be studied more for safety, and we should have more preclinical and clinical data on potential danger of these supplements. And now I am pleased to welcome Dr. Simão Ferreira after short video introduction.
Greetings everyone, and thank you for tuning in to the 4th International Symposium, One Health. My name is Simão Ferreira, and I'm one of the members of the research team that worked on a study what Tribes believes in COVID-19 conspiracy theories, the role of psychotic-like experiences, and confinement-related factors. I'm going to present to you the main findings of our study, but you can also find a detailed analysis and discussion in our preprint manuscript at OSF, by consulting the link that I will give to you in the end. Our lives have been changed by the COVID-19 pandemic. We will never forget the restrictions, the international efforts to figure out the vaccine, and most certainly the climate of fear and uncertainty. This landscape built towards an emergency of a wide range of conspiracy theories that spread throughout social media and shaped public opinion. Did they make the virus in a laboratory? Was COVID-19 orchestrated by big pharmaceutical companies to make a profit? Or did it come from the 5G antennas in our backyard? Beliefs in conspiracy theories have been associated with maladaptive personality traits such as schizotypy and paranoia, as well as other vulnerability factors such as social isolation, stress, and low education levels. This study was devised with the goal of examining the association between the beliefs in COVID-19 conspiracy theories and psychotic-like experiences, while also addressing the role of socio-demographic variables, confinement-related factors, and other psychological outcomes. We gathered a community sample of 438 Portuguese residents that reported full confinement during the first COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. They answered an online survey regarding conspiracy theories, confinement-related behaviors such as outings and online social contacts, their beliefs like confinement experiences and health-related concerns, and conditions such as the number of people in each house or the caregiver role, as well as other 7 standardized instruments to assess psychotic-like experiences and other psychological constructs of interests like perceived stress, affective states, loneliness, and their well-being. It is important to evaluate these psychotic-like experiences in a community sample, since they are in approximately 7% of the non-clinical population. For statistical analysis, due to the existence of many variables, it was conducted a univariate analysis with correlations and t-tests to indicate which variables were significant or only mildly significant associated with beliefs in conspiracy theories. Regarding the univariate analysis, the significant predictors were school years, financial concerns, the community assessment of psychotic experiences, and tobacco consumption. Besides these ones, other variables were only mildly significant, being health concerns, leaving the house, the positive and negative effect schedule, and cognitive reappraisal. These were the variables that went through the multivariate analysis. The regression model identified as significant predictors the following 6. The ones that stood out were school years and perceptual abnormalities, being both significant variables regarding conspiracy theories. The other 4 variables were only mildly significant: health concerns, response timing, persecutory ideation, and tobacco consumption. School years had a negative association, meaning that less education predicts higher beliefs in conspiracy theories. In the community assessment of psychotic experiences, the subdomain with a higher significance was perceptual abnormalities, making persecutory ideation only mildly significant and taking bizarre experiences out of the equation. The remaining 3 variables are also very interesting. Those who reported to be concerned about their health indicated a small correlation, meaning that they tend to have a higher belief in conspiracy theories. We also did a control analysis for the response timing, since those who responded to the survey during the emergency state reported a higher score in the conspiracy theories beliefs scale. And last is tobacco consumption that went up, indicating that people with higher tobacco consumption are more likely to believe in conspiracy theories. Let's go in depth and I'll present to you an explanation for these results. Logically, I'll start with psychotic-like experiences, since the goal of this research was to understand their role and how they are connected with the beliefs in conspiracy theories. Psychotic-like experiences derive from this type of thinking style. The evidence gathered beforehand shows us that there is a positive and direct correlation between the beliefs in conspiracy theories and schizotypy domains, namely the strange beliefs, magical thinking, and reference ideas. But on the contrary of what we usually see, persecutory ideation was not the most significant subdomain. Perceptual abnormalities was the most significant. In 2012, Wood et al. Relate conspiracy beliefs to a broad ideologic system, mentioning that it seems that these beliefs follow a single logic approach, through which beliefs on any given theory constitute a way of sustaining other theories. Later, in 2015, Dagnall merged perceptual abnormalities into a mixed domain called cognitive perceptual measures, making these 2 subdomains almost inseparable. And what about health concerns? The lack of effective responses to face the pandemic, as well as other difficulties to spread clear and consistent information of an unknown disease, skyrocketed the sense of uncertainty and doubt. This climate leads to distrust in our governments and in the healthcare system, which ultimately leads to vulnerabilities that guide the community into these beliefs, according to Douglas in 2017. The next is undoubtful: education years. The scientific evidence has shown that beliefs in conspiracy theories are positively related to lower analytical thinking, open-mindedness, and consequently intuitive thinking. Individuals who are less educated tend to attribute agency and intentionality where it does not exist. And this is particularly relevant during this pandemic outbreak. Decision makers and other critical societal agents should be aware of this issue and implement communication strategies that can be easily understood across all education levels. This approach would be extremely valuable not only to increase the knowledge about the virus, the treatment, and the required preventative measures, but also to demystify misinformation whenever necessary. The response timing. It's interesting to notice that the scores in the conspiracy theory scale were higher during the emergency state responses. These can lead us on 2 different paths. One, leading to the lack of response and misinformation in which we talked about during this presentation. And the second one is that the emergency state disrupted our daily lives. The restrictions led to destructured routines and new ones, leading to the decrease of social interaction and lack of motivation. These effects were mentioned by various authors in 2020 regarding the psychological impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. We felt threatened and insecure, And according to De Grassi in 2012, these feelings naturally lead to a greater belief in conspiracy theories. And last but not least, tobacco consumption. The better chance we have at explaining this outcome is facing that beliefs in conspiracy theories can pump the tobacco consumption and not the other way around. Individuals that are more likely to believe in conspiracy theories are also more likely to increase their tobacco consumption, especially in stressful events such as this pandemic. So, in conclusion, we gathered the facts, and these are some challenges to governments and decision makers. This research suggests that psychotic experiences are clearly linked to conspiracy theories beliefs, particularly perception abnormalities and persecutory ideation. Besides that, health concerns and education levels seem to be a risk factor for believing in these theories. It is important to know and understand how COVID-19 conspiracy theories became such an important worldwide source of misinformation, and making the effective dissemination of valid information very, very hard. Maybe the piece needed to finish this puzzle is even more investigation and reflection upon these topics. Thank you for your kind attention and feel free to contact us for more information. Together, we strive for a better day leading to beating COVID.
It was a great pleasure to listen a report from Dr. Simão Ferreira about conspiracy theories. Especially for me, it was interesting to see colorful presentation with results of statistical analysis. Now we're moving forward to the next presentation of Professor Abrod Juraev after a short video introduction.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's an honor for me to participate in today's conference, and let me share my screen for my presentation. Okay, my presentation today is about new trends in bioeconomy as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. And I am Abrod Juraev. I'm the Vice Rector for International Cooperation. And here, I would like to give a short definition about the bioeconomy and its difference between from the economy. The bioeconomy is the economy which is based on the application of biotechnologies, and when we use renewable natural resources for the production of public goods and services, energy, food that we use in our everyday life. And the development of bioeconomy involves many aspects like improving energy efficiency, efficient use of waste, development of renewable energy based on biomass, greening the industrial sector, increasing the sustainability of agricultural production, production of new food products, which you can call that like green products, and development of education in this sphere. Of course, COVID-19 had some unexpected challenge for the development of bioeconomy. For example, until we faced this unexpected challenge, all governments, societies, businesses were paying their attention, which was increasing with a high pace, this attention towards the issues of ethical and environmentally friendly production. And bioeconomy was becoming an emerging trend in the last years, for example, and the expectations were, the prognosis were that the volume of bioeconomy in the world would reach $8 trillion by 2025. But of course, COVID-19 pandemic made an unexpected punch on predictions and prognosis related with the development of bioeconomy. Here on your screen, you can see that some statistics about the growth of world gross domestic product. And of course, the statistical data show that almost in all regions and in average in the world, the economic growth was negative. And there are some new trends in bioeconomy that we can list as a result of this COVID-19 pandemic. And I did this list of trends depending based on some analysis and works of different scientists from different countries, including European countries, Russia, and United States, and some other countries. The first trend we can depict as the new patterns in consumption, because in COVID pandemic time, consumption in the world will move towards greater rationality and pragmatism when people will be making decisions on what to eat, what to drive, and where to go. More like they will be acting more with pragmatism rather than, how to say, with feelings. And another result that it is becoming more difficult for buyers to impose their conditions to the producer. And of course, now the spending on healthy food and pharmaceuticals is rising. And very interesting trend in bioeconomy we can underline that experts say that now concept of food is resource will be stronger than the concept of food is art. This very interesting conclusion. And digital networks are increasing and they will rise because, like the lecturer before me, Simão Ferreira, also said some about, he gave some information about psychological aspects of the pandemic. So we think that there will be digital networks increase more because people are and having some fear of crowds. And they are not going to a place where there are many people, and of course this is also restricted by the governments. And some, because of the economic downturn and unemployment, this is also affecting the bioeconomy. And the statistical data show that the increase or going back to the economic growth data before pandemic is expected only at least until there will not be economic increase or going back to old data level at least until 2022. And demand for bioeconomic production will depend on the speed and the scope of this recovery. And because bioeconomy was something new and it had not reached competitive prices before pandemic, so unfortunately, we cannot expect now that there will be a very good or significant increase in bioeconomy in the coming years. So, and of course, there are some good result, I'd say, good expectations from bad things also, of course, and many millions of people who have lost their jobs due to pandemic, they can find new jobs in the recovery process of the bioeconomy. The next trend is inevitable transformation in the energy sector because of fluctuations in the oil prices and climate policies. These transformations are inevitable, and most European countries have done very good work in transition to low carbon economy, while the others, mostly developing and or less developed countries, are using still traditional energy sources. And in agro-industrial complex, there is also some trends, new trends are expected, because instead of instead of aiming to increase the amount of produced biofuels, agro-industrial complex is mostly doing the jobs which are related with the food questions. Yeah? And the next trend is all production, both from consumers and producer side, is shifting from ethical and environmental priorities to more to rationality, efficiency, and pragmatism. And we hope that younger generation in maybe 5, 10 years, maybe 15 years will again return the idea of integration and balanced coexistence with the nature, and we will have better future. Next trend is the transition from green and smart to efficient. And we think that this will be the main vector of bioeconomy development for the next 10 years. And the strong growth of segments related to biotechnology will face fierce competition, because the companies which had problems in this crisis time, in this pandemic time, even if they were promoting much transparency, ethics, responsible behavior before the pandemic, they may go, or they are going to back to the origins of wild competition, where they mostly concentrate on competitiveness through price games and the product quality. The next trend is outcomes of increase in health spending. Of course, now the spending for healthcare is rising in all countries, and this can be a new niche for the bioeconomy in life sciences, in the activities of agro-complexes, and in pharmaceuticals industry. And very interesting trend is defined by some experts. They say that the COVID pandemic, due to COVID pandemic, human enhancement concept may transform and make temporary stop at human survival concept. Now, instead of producing goods for human enhancement, more and more companies in pharmaceuticals or agro or life sciences industry, they are producing, or they are moving towards human survival concept. They are producing more pharmaceutic products, more drugs, instead of some human enhancement products. And there is, of course, more attention to diseases related with malnutrition and less biodiversity. The next trend is biodiversity and eco-friendly infrastructure projects, unfortunately, may slow down as a result of economic recession and shortages in liquid funds, as the financial companies or banks are giving more credits to infrastructure, normal infrastructure projects than biodiversity or eco-friendly infrastructure projects. And the change in global logistics and product chains have changed because of this pause or stoppage of the global logistic chains. The bioeconomy companies have also stopped, and there is a risk of rolling back to the initial positions. And many companies have stepped to close production within the country due to restricted movement between the countries. And so there is also one opportunity that bioeconomy should become an integral part and necessary condition for the new value chains in the new world. Total digitalization. Of course, in bioeconomy, digitalization plays a very important role, and they have shown their efficiency. For example, precision and smart agriculture can significantly reduce the cost of production. And the countries and companies that have already invested in the digitalization of their production are and will enjoy the benefits at a faster pace. But the countries that found themselves at a problem due to pandemic, and if they had not moved forward in technological modernization, they have the difficult task of increasing economic efficiency, at the same time maintaining social stability. And digitalization, of course, is a serious driver of development of educational processes. And of course, the physical academic mobility is almost stopped between the countries, but in the coming years, if the universities will have the goodwill of continuing collaboration, and if there will be very good cooperation between scientists, students, and teachers of the university or research institutes, of course, this will open new opportunities for scientific research in the field of bioeconomy. And for example, also digitalization in the bioeconomy can lead also to some social problems in the developing or less developed countries, because it will be a bit difficult to sometimes, when people in the coming years, for example, in bioeconomy sector, maybe in 10 years, the robots may, how to say, be used instead of people, and working force, and and governments and companies have to have some, how to say, their things to say to those who became unemployed due to digitalization. And the slowdown, and the slowdown in the development of science and technology due to pandemic is also another problem, but the trend is like this. Now societies and the state governments will have significant control and monitoring after the biotechnological experiments which are done by individual scientists or companies, because sometimes companies or society or parties or the governments can see the biotechnological experiment as the next potential pandemic. But of course, cure of the pandemic cannot be done without science and technology, so the countries are expected to pay more attention and allocate more funds for the scientific research. And also the use of artificial intelligence to solve complex problems may increase. For example, mathematical modeling with high accuracy could be applicable to the medical field. For example, we could make very high accuracy evaluation models how this coronavirus is diffusing. And so, for example, this could be evaluated, or the vaccine, really working vaccine, could be tested and found earlier. And of course, some of the last two trends is negative effects of low oil prices. These low oil prices can affect many basic values of bioeconomy negatively, like ban of single-use plastic or separate waste collection can a bit draw less attention. A very good thing, one of the unique positive impacts of the COVID crisis is the temporary restoration of biodiversity, when we saw that in some places biodiversity is developing, nature is recovering due to self-isolation of people, but the damage that we humans have done to the nature is so big that complete recovery is impossible, of course, without special efforts and investments. These were the list of the trends in bioeconomy after the COVID pandemic, and now I want to show short information about what we are doing. The universities, for example, here is the information about one of our projects with our European countries. It's a national project financed BioECUZ project. It's a national project in Uzbekistan, coordinated by Latvia University of Life Sciences and Technologies, and there are 3 universities of Uzbekistan and 3 universities from Europe, including Vytautas Magnus University of Lithuania and JAMK University of Applied Sciences of Finland. Here you can see the main information about the project, and the objective of the project is to create new innovative master level curricula in bioeconomy. Also, little information about what we want to do at our university. We are working on the creation of Agropolis, agricultural city. You can see some information about this initiative on your screens. And for example, on the screen, you can see the place of projected location of the Agripolis, our university Agropolis. On the left here, you can see these buildings are our Faculty of Agronomy and Biotechnologies. And the area on the left side, we want to make a big complex for bioeconomic researchers and also the production. And there we want to build some fish pools, laboratory complexes, greenhouses, consulting centers, classrooms, and also the eco market. Here is some information about these things. And thank you for your attention. If you have some questions or comments, please feel free to contact on the phone number that you can see on the screen or through the email, either work email or personal email is okay for me. Thank you.
Dear Professor Abrar Jurayev, thank you for economy during coronavirus pandemic. Before you talk, I have an interesting field of research. Now we're moving forward to Professor Monica Almeida Vieira after short video introduction.
Hello to you all. My name is Monica Vieira, and in my team's representation, I would like to thank the opportunity of participating in the 4th International Symposium One Health. In the next few minutes, I will present to you the investigation, development, and innovation line I'm leading with the title New Answers for COVID-19 Spread Prevention and Alternative Fabric. This project counts with the participation of the School of Health of Polytechnic Institute of Porto, a higher education institution, and Claudius Limited, a textile company. The main idea we're developing is the possibility of empower common mask users to prevent SARS-CoV-2 spreading by easily understanding the security level of the mask they're using. The investigators involved in this project are myself, Professor Cristina Prudencio, Professor Ricardo Ferraz, Dr. Elsa Parente, and Dr. Miguel Costa. This idea has appeared following the recent development of functional fabrics that have been allowing several new applications from sports to health, as you can see in this presentation. In the pandemic scenario, we intend to develop a nanotechnological response that is based on colorimetric biosensors. Due to the pandemic and the spread of the SARS-CoV-2 virus and the development of COVID-19 disease, it was required the implementation of individual protection measures, such as the use of respiratory protection masks, as indicated by the competent authorities, either by professionals or by the population in general. The effectiveness of the masks depends on the time of use, also on the amount of moisture they are exposed to, and the contact with infectious agents. It is important to understand if this equipment filters with quality and if it isn't in contact with the SARS-CoV-2 virus or other biological agents, especially in the activities that require the use of this equipment for quite extended periods of time and or with high risk of exposure to the virus activities, such as health professionals, public service functions, public transport drivers, etc., in which the use is not always aware of the quality of protection provided. The current SMASK project aims to develop an intelligent colorimetric biosensor imbibed in the textile surface and placed on mask, which allows the detection of the presence of SARS-CoV-2 virus. Gold nanoparticles will be used with specific biomolecules to recognize the presence of the virus, which recognize specifically the virus envelope proteins. Also, the amount of moisture which compromises the effectiveness of protection of this equipment will be determined by a humidity biosensor based on silica particles with sensitivity to quantities that compromise the filtration capacity. It will also be the color biosensor. The developed biosensor will easily indicate to the user in a simple way the need for its replacement. This technology will be developed for level 2 and 3 respiratory protection masks. The biosensor will correspond to two indicators incorporated in the textile surface, and the color change will indicate effective loss of protection capacity. With the color change, the user will be able easily and without the need of specific training to understand if this respiratory protection equipment needs to be replaced. The transposition of this technology to textile fabrics with different applications could be a defense weapon in preventing the spread of SARS-CoV-2 virus or other biological agents of interest. Thus, the users will have a real-time awareness of his exposure to infection agents and will be able to act immediately, preventing transmission. This technology could be extended to other applications, namely individual protection fabrics, diapers, home textiles, hospital textiles, or air filtrating systems. Thank you for your attention.
Dear Professor Monica Almeida Vieira, thank you for your brief and actual presentation. And now we're moving to last but not least, talk of Professor Zaza Avliani after short video introduction.
Hello, dear participants. Hello, dear organizers. I would like to present briefly COVID response from Georgia. We have previously sent our presentation, and I'll ask, please, to move it to start. Talk now. Hello, dear participants, dear colleagues. It's great pleasure for me and great honor to be a participant of such important international forum. Thank you, dear organizers, for such possibility. Let me introduce my brief presentation about organization of the response to COVID-19 pandemics in Georgia. So you see the numbers, figures. Confirmed coronavirus cases, about 30,000, 100,000 within the past 24 hours. It was about more than 800 recovered during the whole period is about 28,000 within the past 24 hours, about 800. Total outcome, about 4,000 fatal outcome, within the past 24 hours, about 14, and any other figures which was fixed on April 18. So I'll try to talk about the chain of interventions implemented by the government of Georgia in response to COVID-19. On January 28, 2020, the Interagency Coordination Council was founded in order to ensure an effective and coordinated fight against the coronavirus. The council was founded as the main decision-making platform on issues pertaining to the coronavirus and consists of members of the government, members of parliament, administration, of the president of Georgia, and of course representatives of medicine. The four priority directions of the council in the fight are first, the healthcare, the protection of the health and lives of the population. Second, the economy, the management and recovery of Georgian economy in the face of the global economic crisis. Safety, the protection of citizens, and supplies and logistics, the management of an uninterrupted supply of food to the population. Events, I'll try to list the events, what was happened after this. January 28, the implementation of the norms of compulsory isolation was imposed first on persons returning from China and subsequently on persons returning from other high-risk countries. On January 29, thermal screening was started at the airports. 30th January, laboratory investigations on COVID-19 started at the National Center for Diseases Control Lab and is ongoing to this day. 31 January, active countrywide surveillance of COVID-19 patients and their contacts started and an emergency operations center was set up at NCDC. And from 6 to 12 February, methodological recommendations and protocols were developed at the Ministry of Health, and they are constantly being updated as needed. And 26th February, the first case of the coronavirus in Georgia was reported on 26th February. And in the beginning of March, the education process was suspended in educational institutions and creative activities were suspended in cultural institutions and all planned events were cancelled. Georgian embassies abroad began to operate round the clock. Field tents were set up at Georgian land border checkpoints and all three airports in order to carry out the medical examination of arriving passengers prior to transferring them to special facilities. A special information website was created. The preparation of quarantine zones for the placement of persons suspected of being infected or carrying a high risk of infection with the coronavirus began in order to screen persons and ensure the early detection of cases of infection. All activities associated with gathering were suspended and disinfection works were started. The next events on March 5th, special conditions were introduced in penitentiary institutions. Then air traffic with Italy was suspended. A part of government employees switched to a remote mode of operation. The recommendation to transition to a remote mode of operation was also issued to the private sector. Then headquarters were set up under the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture in connection with supply management and food security, which ensured the daily monitoring of the prices and supplies of basic food products. And traffic with neighboring countries was gradually suspended on March 14. And operational headquarters on the management of the staff of the state of emergency was created with the participation of the representatives of all the relevant agencies. Then a state of emergency was declared in the country and extended to May 22. Strict quarantine restrictions were imposed under the state of emergency in some regions. Intercity passenger traffic was suspended. The transportation of passengers by fixed route taxis on the territories of self-governing cities and municipalities was suspended. And medical facilities, so-called COVID clinics, were mobilized to prevent the spread of the possible cases of infection with the novel coronavirus and to ensure prompt responses to suspected and or confirmed cases of infection. We are trying to continue the list of events for third stage. Stage number 3, the creation of so-called fever clinics began. Curfew was imposed and travel on foot and by vehicle was banned from 21 to 6 hours. The number of persons allowed to gather in public spaces was reduced from 10 to 3. Persons aged 17 and over were prohibited from leaving their places of residence. The transportation of passengers by M3 category vehicles and public transport within the administrative boundaries of the municipality was suspended. The transportation of more than 3 persons by vehicle was prohibited. Furthermore, it became mandatory for passengers to make use of the vehicle rear seats behind the driver in accordance with the recommendations issued by the Ministry of Healthcare. Various types of economic activities were gradually suspended with some exceptions. A unified government hotline was created. And in the middle of April 2020, strict quarantine was established in various municipalities and travel by mechanical modes of transportation and entering cemeteries became prohibited. Wearing face masks and in enclosed public spaces became mandatory. Following activities were allowed: agricultural works, the transportation of agricultural products, freight transportation, the production and sale of essential goods and services, the operation of critical infrastructure and enterprises. At the end of April, the following became permitted: travel by mechanical modes of transportation, the operation of open agrarian markets and open air markets, delivery services for all types of products, remote trade. People are on the condition that no more than 5 people are present in the workplace warehouse. A strict quarantine was lifted in some municipalities. In the beginning of May, the municipalities of Batumi and Kutaisi were opened. Then the operation of beauty salons and aesthetic medical centers became permitted. The number of people allowed to gather in public spaces was increased to 10. And 23rd of May, the state of emergency was concluded. But the second wave of the pandemics was coming, and in September 2020, the second wave of pandemic started from the seaside Ajara region in Georgia. As you know, it's the holiday season, so it was one of the main reasons of this. With total of 1,000 cumulative cases by then, new daily cases peaked up to 5,450 cases on December 5, 2020. Batumi Republican Hospital became the front line in the rigorous fight against pandemics, along with many state and private clinics. The most of the restrictions were reapplied again since October 2020 and loosened in February 2021. As of today, the 8 night curfew remains in full force. Restaurants are not serving on site during the weekends. Wearing masks is mandatory everywhere, including the outdoors. First doses of vaccines are administered in early March 2021. And what's about the Batumi Republican Hospital, which was, as I mentioned earlier, the medical institution of frontline in this struggle. At the verge of the second wave of the pandemic, several problems existed at the hospital, with 216 inpatient beds that were sold with the participation of multiple stakeholders, specifically an access on to uninterrupted and immediate centralized supply of oxygen was ensured by the newly constructed oxygen plant along with the oxygen reservoir. Procurement of the oxygen concentrations by the government, mechanical and non-invasive ventilators, dialysis machines and lab equipment have been procured with the support of the World Bank and different donors. Additional intensive care capacity has been created. Intra-hospital clinical management of patients was agreed and improved by the clinical management team. Additional human resources, up to 50% mobilization of ICU doctors, other specialists, nurses, and students took place with the support of the Ministry of Education. The quality of service delivery was ensured at a homogeneous level across the capital and the regions. During excessive patient flow, target population educational and communication campaign was conducted to prevent the unnecessary overwhelming of the hospital. It was the main problem for those periods. Racial segregation of cases is mild, moderate, and severe allowed to release the hospital sector by referring the mild cases to COVID hotels and or quarantine spaces. Majority of the cases were managed effectively, except for the solitary cases that died outside the medical facilities. In total, during the second wave, the Batumi Republic Hospital has admitted and treated about 8,000 up to 300 of which died. And what's about the participation? It's very interesting component, participation of different medical programs in COVID-19 response. For example, the tuberculosis program, as you know, the director of National Center for Tuberculosis and Lung Diseases. Since February 2020, the National Center for Tuberculosis and Lung Diseases in Tbilisi, Georgia, has been directly involved in the fight against the pandemic. The pediatric inpatient department, which was the new building, has been temporarily repurposed to a quarantine facility until May 2020, later to a fever center, and since September 2020 through February 2021 function as a COVID-19 inpatient treatment center. Also, separate patient beds have been dedicated to TB patients co-infected with COVID-19, requiring the inpatient treatment. By the way, we are maybe the first in the European region who created the first protocol for TB patients co-infected with COVID-19, protocol of treatment, which was approved by Ministry of Health and based on recommendations of World Health Organization. Every admitted COVID-19 patient was actively screened for TB using gene expert testing if sputum was available, for LTBI using quantiferon TB Gold test. Part of the physiopulmonologists and nurses of the at the National Center of Tuberculosis and Lung Diseases were repurposed and involved in the operations of the COVID-19 treatment department and have returned to their routine TB practice since March 2021. So it was my brief presentation. I'll try to express the main trends of fighting against COVID in Georgian reality during this period. It's very unfortunately this fight is continues. And it's very important to share our experience and to have also possibility to also share your experience. Dear colleagues, dear participants, thank you for your attention, and please, I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Dear Professor Zaza Avaliani, thank you for sharing experience of quick response to pandemic in Georgia. Now the discussion part starts. Dear participant of online conference, you can freely ask questions to speakers of the symposium. So I believe that there are no questions. It was an honor to moderate the final section of the 4th International Symposium One Health. We invite you to the next symposium, which will be held next year at the end of the March. We will be happy to see you at Don State Technical University. And you've got my personal invitation to Rostov region.